We're live.
All right, thank you. So we're recording now, right? Okay, thanks. So good morning to all of you I can see on the screen and those of you who might be participating by other ways. This is a meeting of the Water Resources Commission. It's Thursday, June 16th at 8 o'clock, and we're about to begin. So let's start. Our first agenda item is commissioner comments. And I think I'll just go across in the order in which I can see you on the screen, which is Commissioner Smitherman, and then Commissioner Kihara, and then Commissioner Lee, and then Commissioner Wolf, and then myself. So Commissioner Smitherman, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Reeves. Good morning, everybody. From the Southwest region, we have luckily had a bit of a cooler and wetter June and spring this year, and so we are incredibly grateful for that change in weather. Last year was not so nice to us. This month of June, we had, everyone remembers, we had almost 100-degree temperatures about this time of year. And so we're pleased that we're having much better weather this year. As of the end of March, we were thinking our water year was going to be worse than it was last year, and we couldn't even fathom how that could possibly be. So luckily, mid-April, we started to get some more rain, and we're just very grateful that has been helping our region. It's keeping me from going backpacking, but that's okay. I will take the rain. I very much enjoy that and the snow instead. So we'll push that out to later in the summer. We have in our area, there's a lot of modernization projects going on within our irrigation districts. They have been working to do some piping projects to cover some of the open canals that are going through the area to help improve efficiencies and also help pressurize the systems to help improve efficiencies with farmers and ranchers who are using that water. So that's just been a great move forward. They're still looking for funding to do more projects in our area. But right now we are looking better than we thought we were going to be going into the summer. It's still going to be a rough year, but we are just hoping that we'll have some cooler temperatures and we'll be able to stretch our water supplies throughout the summer and hopefully won't have to shut down our irrigation districts early like we did last year. So really just grateful for the weather we've been having this spring.
Thanks, Julie. And Commissioner Kihara.
Hi, I just want to echo Julie's comments. It's very grateful for the cool and the wet. I mean, Central Oregon is green like I haven't seen it in years. It's been, wonderful and beautiful to go. The few times I have been out and about, that it's definitely very green at the moment, and just loving it for that reason. All of the usual irrigation fun and games are still going on. We're still looking at drought, and it looks like, from what I can see now, that we'll probably squeak by through with a full irrigation season, but it's going to be tight. Other things, be grateful for the weather we're having. I have property in Gardner, Montana, which is the north entrance to Yellowstone National Park. And I'm not sure if any of you have seen some of the event that went on there, a classic rain on snow flood event. Only this one was probably in the category of the 1,000-year flood, not the 500-year flood. And it was just amazing to watch and see some of the videos of what that water can do. I'm grateful for what we have. I hope we don't get it in that kind of quantity at that kind of rate. But,
Kathy, do you know the status of your property?
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay.
We are even though we've got, riverfront property there, was at least 60 feet above the floodwaters.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah,
the video footage was incredible. Mhm.
yeah. Some of, on the lower terraces of the riverbank and stuff, it was just, wow.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, that's my comments.
Okay.
Water's amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Kathy. Commissioner Lee.
Yes, I'm Jan Lee from the Northwest region, and I don't really have too many complaints about the weather in my region because it's pretty stable. But this last week, we were able to work with the Clackamas River Basin Council to cap a series of meetings they have had each month. Going down the Clackamas River, and Tom was kind enough to come and talk about how OWEB has grown and other agencies are doing work that helps with that. And so we have a lot of partners in Clackamas who work together. The Soil and Water District, we have 10 watershed councils and other entities. So that's been going on for a while. But mostly I've been involved in climate work. So I'm on an assessment committee for DLCD on climate and following the OWEB climate committee closely that Meg is involved with as well. So we're working with our districts to find ways to work with changing climate conditions around the state. So we're actively looking at trying to find carbon sequestration programs and building them at the state level. So there was legislation this last session, but it didn't move because in the short session, there's just not time to do policy. So that will come up in 2003, and we're hoping there will be some funding and state agency support to do carbon sequestration on properties. And it's not necessarily marketing it, it's just doing the projects, protecting that carbon. And if people decided they wanted to market, that's something they could do individually. So that's about it from me.
Thank you, Jan. Commissioner Wolf.
Good morning, commissioners. Woody Wolf from the East region. Yeah, as everybody else is saying, nice, cool, wet weather. Haven't really had to irrigate much at all yet, which as I watch the water go by in the rivers, makes me think about storage. Even though it's a time of abundance at the moment here, it makes me wonder, how much more storage we could facilitate here. And then I think about the Wallowa Lake Dam project, which is moving forward. I'm sure they're still working out some of the logistic things, but it looks like that's going to go through, and they're working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, trying to figure out how much more water that they're going to be able to store than the irrigation district users need. And so with that extra water, they're going through the Department of Fish and Wildlife to try to allocate some stored water to strategic places that could create extra flow during critical times of the year on its way to its point of use and be multi-beneficial and things like that. So we got some interesting things going on here, and I'm sure inflation will be their next big hurdle, how to get it done when their money won't go as far and things of that nature. But just kind of sitting back, waiting for Mother Nature to give me a window to start putting up hay in. So that's what's happening here.
Thanks, Woody. I realized I forgot to introduce myself at the beginning of our meeting. My name is Meg Reeves, and I'm the chair of the commission from the West Side at Large. I don't really have a lot to report in commission comment section. I told you guys, or reported on OWEB's the drought relief funding they had gotten during our last meeting, and that they're continuing, and as well as they got a 10 million, they have in place or are standing up a $10 million water acquisition grant fund. So the agency is working on staffing up to deal with the funding that they've gotten. And as are pretty much every natural resource agency, our own included. So they have that underway. And we, as Jan mentioned, OEB is very focused, is really kind of, I shouldn't say shifting focus because it's been doing this for a long time, but gearing up to have a greater emphasis on climate impacts in grant funding decisions and working with grantees and applicants in terms of getting the right balance, how to do that, how to make it possible for people to work with any new standards that might get put in place having to do with climate impacts. So that's kind of a conversation with the constituent community right now. The OEB has merged its climate and water committee. It also has a lot of emphasis on water issues. So, the merger of those two seems right. There's a lot of overlap there between the climate issues and the water issues. So that's really all. I just want to celebrate along with my fellow commissioners the weather, which actually seems to be making, there's enough of it that it actually seems to be making a difference, which is really just great. And we'll get more on that. We have an update on the drought and water conditions later in the agenda, so that'll be good. Okay, so I think we'll move to the next agenda item, which is approval of minutes. And we have 2 sets of minutes to approve. Let's first take the March 17th and 18th, 2022 meeting minutes. I assume that you've all had a chance to review the minutes, and can I get a motion for adoption or further discussion?
I would move approval of the minutes from the March meeting.
Thank
I
you.
would second the motion.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to call the roll. Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves votes yes, and these minutes are approved. Next minutes are from the May 31st, 2022 meeting. Same thing, a motion? Do I have a motion for this? For these?
I'll make a
move to
motion.
approve the minutes.
Okay.
All
I'll
right,
second
so-
that then.
All right, so moved by Commissioner Kihara, seconded by Commissioner Smitherman. Let's take the vote. Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves votes yes. I'd like, so that motion carries as well. I'd like to be able to do these approval of minutes by a voice vote or just a consensus, but we've been asked to do them person by person. So that's what we're doing. In case you're wondering why we're doing it this way. Okay, so the next item is the director's report. Tom, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Commissioners, for the record, my name is Tom Byler. I'm the director at the Oregon Water Resources Department. The next 2 items are going to be a little bit connected. The director's report, I'm going to lay out a few updates on things that are going on, but they do interface a little bit with the project implementation report, which is agenda item D. So you might see some interconnection there with some of the items. There's not a lot of new content in the report itself. We do report out on the Klamath Basin, which is an area of extensive activity for us on many levels. I'm not going to go into details on that. I think the report speaks for itself. But I do want to mention that there are a number of other basins where we are spending a lot of time. We sometimes report out in the director's update on those, but just verbally, I just want to mention a few things for your information. One is that in the 2021 budget, we received 2 positions that we characterize as complex basin issues positions. And the idea around that additional staff capacity is to help us have essentially a project coordinator type of capacity to help us wrestle with kind of larger scale resolution of water management issues that we're increasingly contending with in areas around the state. And these two positions, their primary focus areas are going to be in the Deschutes Basin and in the Willamette Basin. A couple of, obviously important areas for water management, both very unique in terms of the water issues that are present in those areas. We have filled both of these positions, I think, at this point. More recently, the Deschutes position. And so I'm excited about that because it's going to give us the capacity to be able to really start to work more diligently and intentionally with the communities in these basins around trying to figure out how to make things work as well as we can. Obviously, the Willamette Basin is a massive undertaking that will take a lot of time. There's still a lot of work that we have to do with respect to lining out the implementation associated with the reauthorization of the federal reservoirs and the allowance for kind of expanded use of the stored water in the Willamette Basin. So there's a lot of work ahead, including some policy work that we will be working with stakeholders and interested parties around. In the Deschutes Basin, similarly, there's a lot of work ahead in terms of how to get water where it needs to be at the right time, and figuring out how to make that work with the toolkit that we have in Oregon water law today, and whether adjustments need to be made or can be made to help accommodate getting water where it needs to be, again, at the right time. That is kind of going to be, I think, the key question for communities around the state as they wrestle with their big issues at scale. Just a few other basins that I'll mention. You're going to be hearing from our staff as well as from local folks around the Harney Basin. The groundwater study has been completed. You'll get briefed on that later today, I believe. And, or excuse me, maybe that may be tomorrow, but you'll be, during this meeting, you'll be briefed on the groundwater study itself, and you'll also hear from community leaders who are working on the planning efforts associated with the Harney Basin. There's, with the completion of the study, there's a lot of work ahead for us to really roll up our sleeves with that community and to both encourage and explore voluntary solutions to what really is essentially a problem of over allocation and a need to dial back the uses and expectations around water in that area. And but also to address the ongoing, more immediate concerns folks have around declining systems and protection of existing uses. So there's a lot there, and we lost our longtime water master in that area. So we've got some staffing capacity decisions to make, both in terms of our local boots on the ground, as well as how we're going to staff this from a project management standpoint. It's going to be a big effort. I also mentioned that another area of interest for us is the Walla Walla, where we have also, similar to Harney, ran into management decisions around extensive and significant declines of groundwater in that area. That basin, while it's much smaller in geography, has its own complications in terms of jurisdictional issues, because the state line between Oregon and Washington runs through that basin, that watershed. We've had really constructive coordination and conversation with the state of Washington and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And there's intent and action around looking for solutions that are collaborative and coordinated amongst the three sovereigns, and engaged with the local community. That is an area where we are at the early stages of a basin study. But there again, you can't just ignore everything while the basin study's percolating along. There's still management issues that we have to grapple with, and by state management issues, which I think make things interesting and complicated. Another basin that I'll mention of focus for us is the Umatilla Basin. And boy, there's a lot going on there. We continue to work with the federal government and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation on settlement negotiations around tribal claims to water in the basin. The tribes have been working for many years now with local interests around some potential water trades, if you will, to help the tribes meet their vision on their water needs and meeting their water needs. They contemplated within the settlement are both surface water and groundwater, and we're really at kind of key stages now in terms of trying to develop a understanding on how we can manage the water, both groundwater in particular being very complicated because it doesn't respect jurisdictional boundaries between the tribe's reservation and lands outside of the reservation that would be managed by the Water Resources Department. But also questions around surface water and how we would manage that resource if the tribes were to be able to have some flexibility to be able to move water, not only and manage water within the tribal reservation boundaries, but outside of that. So a lot of interesting, complicated issues at play. There's a desire to get to the point where we can start have a broader table discussion with a broader community, but we know that there are some issues that need to be resolved, or at least in concept between the three sovereigns here, the federal, state, and tribal governments before we get to that point. That's not all that's going on in the Umatilla Basin. We also continue to work with irrigation interests on helping them address their water supply needs. For some of you, you've heard us talk with the Northeast Oregon Water Association around a suite of permits that they are developing out of the main stem Columbia River, which require mitigation. The mitigation, both temporary or near term and long term, are complicated questions in terms of how to protect water in stream on the main stem Columbia River. Made even more complicated because, again, the state border is right at that area. And so a lot of more conversations are needed to try to figure out how to make that work. With that in mind, we did receive funding this biennium to pass through money to Umatilla County to re-engage the Columbia River Umatilla Supply Task Force. I may be getting the acronym wrong. It's but affectionately known as CRUST. The CRUST process has been a long-term planning and strategic engagement effort around trying to resolve long-term needs for water in that area. This is the Umatilla County, Morrow County area on the Oregon side. And in this case, this CRUST 2 process that funding, the legislature funded this biennium, is intended to engage on a more regional scale. And so the desire is to have the state of Oregon, state of Washington, the Yakima tribes, and the Umatilla tribes talk about some longer term trajectories around water management. I think it's I think that's a great thing in many respects if we can start that conversation, because I do think that increasingly we're going to be facing cross-border water management issues, whether in the Walla Walla, where some of the water originates in Oregon and flows into Washington, or in the Umatilla and Morrow County areas where the water is moving in the opposite direction. Yeah, I think it's important for the two states in particular to try to figure out how we can best manage the resource, knowing that some of the users of that resource have interests on both sides of the border. I would mention also within that same area, you may have seen news, and it's not good, in terms of water quality issues with groundwater, particularly in the Morrow County area. There's been a long time nitrate issue within that area with groundwater resources. And that issue has yet to be fully resolved. And in fact, I think in recent news, there's an understanding that the problem may be more significant than had been earlier understood. So that's very difficult situation, obviously, especially for any domestic well owner in that area who uses those water resources for drinking water. And I know there's efforts underway to try to address that more immediate safe drinking water issue. I would just put it on your radar screen because of some of the efforts that DEQ has been making recently to have impacted the some water operators, the Port of Morrow in particular, from land applying some of their water that out of concern that of the high concentration of nitrates in that water that's being land applied. That is having an impact on irrigated agriculture in the area. And so it's raising some issues about how do the irrigation interests meet their needs going forward, which just starts to implicate our management decisions and resources going forward. So that's going to be an area of a lot of interest and need to address, both from a water quantity and a water quality standpoint. And we've been highly engaged in that area and will continue to do so. I think I'll mention just on the drought theme, you will be hearing from staff with a more technical and comprehensive discussion at a later staff report. But just to echo commissioner comments, things are still severe and significant in parts of the state, especially the further you go south and east. But this cooler weather has certainly softened the blow, or at least extended the opportunity for irrigators to make do, and extended the season a little bit longer than in many areas around the state than we would have anticipated, certainly in March of this year. And what a difference a year makes. We're almost to a year away from the heat dome event from last year, which was pretty scary, quite frankly. As I remember in Salem, I think the temperatures got up to about 118 degrees, and we're in just a much different weather pattern this year. And so we'll continue to work with our partner agencies and local communities. We are continuing to work with domestic well owners on addressing dry wells. That's an ongoing issue, really reached a peak last year because of the drought conditions. And we're working with Klamath County and others and other parts of the state on trying to help folks. With that in mind, one of the things that we've recently done that I'm excited about is our Water Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund, WARF. Has been stood up by staff in a very quick period of time. Within 6 months, it is now online, I think as of last week, and it provides grant funding to help domestic well owners who have been impacted by drought or fire in particular, and it's really oriented around trying to address these more recent emergencies that domestic well owners have faced. So we're excited to be able to get that up, and we're looking forward to being able to get some resources out to those well owners who are in need. I'm going to mention two other things, and then I'm going to talk about budget, and I'm going to ask Raquel to step in to brief you and update you on where we landed in our budget prioritization that we submitted to DAS, just to give you a sense of where we were in our last conversation at our meeting in late May, and adjustments that we made based on feedback from the commission, as well as our stakeholders and our own internal discussions. So we'll end with that. But before I get to that, I just want to mention two other items of note. One is our regional water management and planning work group is continuing to meet. We've just had our, I think, 5th meeting, and we met in person in Bend, and the group is making some progress. It's a daunting task, I think, to wrap one's head around, but the group is really starting to focus in on what I would describe as kind of understanding the system by which communities can plan for and act on, take action to help them meet their planned water future needs. And so the group has identified that there's a kind of a pre-planning phase, a planning phase, a post-plan, a moving a plan to action phase, a kind of project implementation phase, and then a adaptive management element to this, and are wrestling with how one might build a strong system that the state could support in some fashion. So I think those conversations are starting to mature and evolve, and we're going to be starting to really getting to the point of producing concepts and ideas for the group to react to. They've been kind of in the ether a little bit and thinking about their ideals. And I think we're going to start to get into the nitty-gritty on this. This could have a bearing on our place-based planning efforts and the program that we'll be talking a lot about in this during the next couple of days, from the standpoint that there's I think a solid recognition that collaborative, regional scale planning has a value. And I would say that the regional group appears to really be embracing the place-based planning approach as it's currently conceived, and recognizing that there's a lot of good work that's been done in terms of how that's been designed and how it's been used. So we'll see. It's still a little early, but there's this work group could well inform how some of our grant programs function going into the future. So I wanted to put that on your radar screen, and I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done, but we'll start to see some ideas developing out of this group over the coming months. The last item before we turn to budget will be around the first meeting of the Tribal State Agency Task Force. And you may recall from last September, the 9 federally recognized tribes within Oregon sent a letter to Governor Brown requesting a task force be formed, expressing their interest in better communication and coordination between the state and tribes, and in the spirit of their interest in the 100-year water vision and the integrated water resources strategy. So we've been working with the governor's office. The Water Resources Department has been the lead agency on this. We received some funding in our 2021 budget to help support this effort. And our first meeting is going to take place next Tuesday. And so we're very excited about it. The general format of these meetings will be really based and keyed off of suggestions from the tribes in their letter to the governor, which were to really deepen our understanding of each other, I guess, and from the standpoint that we're going to be using our first few meetings to have the state agencies, and there's probably about 9 of us that have kind of a key core water focus, talk about our programs, who we are, what we do, and how we interface with water, how we interface with tribes. And we'll also be hearing from each of the 9 tribes in terms of their interests in water and their issues and concerns. Which I think it'll be a great conversation to have, and will lead to some, I hope, build some momentum in terms of how tribes in the state can work better together going forward around what are often complex water management issues. And so we're very excited to have those conversations starting next week. So lastly, is budget and legislation. And we've been talking with you for a few months now about concepts that may be on the table for discussion in next year in the 2023 legislative session. Just as a reminder, this is a long process and it has many phases. And our first phase, which occurred over the past 6 months or so, was to work with you and to work with key interests, tribes, stakeholders, and others who are interested in our work around potential legislative concepts and potential budget requests that would comprise our agency request budget. And an agency request budget is a document that will be produced at the end of the summer by all state agencies and becomes a vehicle by which the governor can determine what the governor's recommended budget will look like. That governor's recommended budget is then introduced into the long session and becomes the focal point for discussions around the state budget with the legislature. So there are a number of different phases that we have in front of us. We just got to the point through the conversations with stakeholders and tribes and the commission of looking at the universe of ideas around budget and legislative concepts. As a reminder, we kept a pretty narrow bandwidth around legislative concepts, knowing that we have limited ability to, it takes a lot of time on even what appear to be the more technical or housekeeping nature concepts. We also, as a reminder, had a lot of budget ideas, and these were tied to staffing needs to carry out our programs. They were tied to the integrated water resources strategy and the strategic plan that the department has associated with the IWRS. We also were given guidance at the beginning of this process that there were no limitations on in terms of what we could be looking for. And so we approached this as an exercise of really trying to understand what our needs were to carry out our work effectively. I'm mentioning that because we got a lot of feedback from folks saying that that we were asking for too much. And I want to articulate to you is that we know that what we were asking for was a lot more than we'll get into the governor's budget, and it's a lot more than what would be likely approved by the legislature going forward. But we felt it was important for us to signal what we think is needed for us to carry out our work effectively. We're very grateful for the new investments that the legislature made in 2021, but we're also mindful that our responsibilities are really big. And if we're to carry out our work, there are actually more things that could be invested in to help us do that work. And I know it can be a sensitive conversation, but we wanted to make sure with this, at least this initial phase, that we were setting out that record so that folks understood what it would take for us to get things done in the near term. So we did get feedback from you all at the May meeting. We've had feedback from stakeholders. And what I want to do now is pivot to Raquel, who's going to step you through the final prioritization list that we developed based on feedback from you all, as well as others, and our own internal discussions. This will be the basis for our option packages that will be submitted in our agents, or that will be revealed in our agency request budget. And they are prioritized as well. And Raquel will step you through kind of our thought process and how we looked at those and what changes we've made based on recent feedback from the commission. So Raquel.
Also muted. Good morning. Let's try this again. I'm unmuted now, I believe. For the record, Raquel Rancière, I'm the Deputy Director of Strategy and Administration for the Oregon Water Resources Department. I wanted to thank all of you for your comments and input during the May Commission meeting on our policy option packages and their prioritization. The department did consider the feedback from the commission, as well as additional comments from stakeholders and our management team, to come to this final prioritization. We also sought the opportunity to combine some of the POPs in that process to reduce the number of packages, and the leadership's team's principles that we followed as we were doing this prioritization are generally as follows. So I wanted to outline these for all of you. So you'll see that we have generally tried to prioritize items that are finishing the job, essentially. So addressing needs in existing programs and continuing commitments. This includes continuing existing positions and existing funding opportunities, carrying over unspent funds, and also shoring up gaps in sections that provide that foundation for and serve the rest of the agency, and are essential to really our everyone in the agency's success, but are often not as high profile as some of the other packages, because their work is often unseen. So this includes our IT folks, our fiscal folks, those kinds of positions. Where we do have some gaps because of they're not as high profile. We also are looking to fix holes. So this is somewhat similar to the criteria I just outlined, but I would add to that, these fixing holes in particular includes items that are unfunded that we would have to pay for anyways, right? So that includes, for example, the ODFW reviews and scenic waterway revenue gaps. Newer projects as a result, because we've got these areas where we know there's really some existing gaps, newer projects were then ranked a bit lower because of that. We also wanted to note that equity is important. We know that there was some other POPs that folks wanted pushed up, but based on our criteria, we also wanted to make sure that we were continuing to make sure that centering equity was a priority. Packages that benefit the state as a whole generally were ranked higher than packages that were specific to a particular basin. And that's in recognition that, you know, these packages are serving more Oregonians, and that local basins often have the opportunity to work with their legislators on specific asks. But we also wanted to include those packages because there are some really important local issues that we need to address. And so that brings me to the important point that only high priority and important items are included in our budget asks. So we did have some other ideas that didn't end up making it into our policy option packages. All of these policy option packages are important. But we do have to rank them, right? So we do have to go through that exercise. And it's important to recognize that really the agency request budget, it provides a menu of options for the governor and legislature to choose from. And as you know, you don't often choose everything from the menu, right? But you need somewhere, it gives you an idea of what is on the menu, right? And what you can choose. And of course, sometimes you also are able to order things that are not on the menu, right? So, which is just an acknowledgement that the governor or the legislature may also choose things that are not on this list and put it into our budget. But we're trying to at least give them that framework for things that they might want to select off the menu. So that's why, yes, there is a lot of requests, as Director Byler was saying, but at the same time, all of these items are important to recognize that we are not getting the work done, and that if we had more funding, we would be able to do that work. So again, all of the items on this list are important, regardless of the ranking, but we do have to go through a ranking exercise. And so we wanted to provide this framework for some of the criteria that we used. I also want to acknowledge that the criteria is not exact, because we also weighed and considered the feedback and priorities that we heard from all of you. We also weighed the feedback that we received from stakeholders, and we tried to, so it's not an exact science is what it comes down to, but those are kind of the guiding principles that we had. So hopefully, as you can see here, this is the ranking on the screen that we ended up with. Some of the ones that you all had identified got moved up a bit in the list. So for example, I know that there was an interest in the climate change and drought, the water use, supply, and availability data, as well as I know there was an interest in our field package. We did our best to bump up some of those. At the same time, you'll acknowledge the criteria that we outlined. We've also did some combining as well since the last time that you reviewed this. And in some cases did a bit of trimming from some of the packages, such as the field package, where we really wanted to hone in on what our really high priority needs were within the field package. So we will be working on this prioritization was finalized on Monday. So we're still working through getting together our documents to clearly outline what has changed and a bit more about the why. Those will all be prepared and we'll be able to share those with you. We're working on those for our June 28th meeting with the stakeholders. So that's all I have for you today. I'm happy to go in more depth if you would like on any of the particular packages. Director Byler, if there's anything else you wanted me to touch base on as well, I'm happy to do that.
Thanks, Raquel. No, that was a great overview, and be happy to take any questions from commissioners on this item or anything else that we've reported out on.
Let's see, I'm just looking to see if we have any questions. Do not see any raised hands. Tom and Raquel, did you say that some of the there will be available to the interested public, the kind of meat on the bones of these packages at some point, a little more detail about what is in each of them?
Yes, Chair Reeves, commissioners, we will be preparing both a more detailed short list of what you're seeing here today, similar to what we had provided the commission previously. We had kind of the short list with a short summary for each one, and we'll also identify what's changed. But also we'll then be developing, and this is on a bit of a longer time frame, final narrative. So we develop these every biennium, and they're essentially 1 to 2 pages that outline really the details and what we're hoping to accomplish with these policy option packages. Those probably won't be available though until August 1st, which is when we publish our budget. We then usually package those up because nobody wants to read our 500+ page budget. They just want to see the policy option packages. And so we usually package those up, and we'll be sure to provide that package to the commission as well as the public.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have any other hands up. No hands up, at least not in the Zoom app. I don't see any people here with their hands literally raised either, so I think we're good on that. Thank you, Raquel. So Tom, will you be doing the update on project implementation? Or were you, yeah, you weren't planning to, okay. I thought maybe you were literally merging the director's report with that and that you had said what you were going to say about it, but go for it. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna ask Nirvana we've got a PowerPoint presentation on
good.
this, so if we're gonna get that, share the screen on that. Thank you, Nirvana. So this is agenda, again, for the record, Tom Byler, the Water Resources Department. This is update on project implementation. This is our work associated with the extraordinary 2021 budget, which provided really exceptional investment in our agency. Go to the next slide, please. So what I want to provide for you today is just a kind of a high level review of the new workload. You've heard some of this before, but I think it bears repeating because it is a significant challenge for our agency to challenge an opportunity for our agency to receive this kind of unprecedented investment. And putting it into action has been a major focus for us within the agency. We'll spend time talking about recruitments and project implementation, how we're approaching those. And in particular, at the end, we'll talk about how we're tracking our progress and the important outreach and communication we've been doing associated with this budget investment that we have. Next slide, please. So in terms of the new workload, just as a reminder, during the long session in 2021, there were significant revenues above and beyond what I think the legislature has seen for a long, long time. And there was a lot of investment made within the state, but water received a very significant boost. There's a strong leadership among a number of state legislators who have taken a very keen interest in water, and our timing, I think, around kind of the elevated recognition around the 100-year water vision and the need for water-related both infrastructure and natural infrastructure associated with water was really at a high awareness level within policy for policymakers and stakeholders. So we really managed to be on the radar screen at the right time. That resulted in a long session of significant investments, as I mentioned, resulting in a range of new programs and responsibilities that amounted to roughly 40 discrete, distinctive projects that we have new on our plates associated with this new biennium, and 38 new positions. Then fast forward to December, when there was a special session, the second special session of the legislature, and the legislature acted around emergency needs associated with drought and cannabis. And during that session, we received an additional 32 positions. That clearly is a significant uplift of new bodies. I'll remind you that last biennium, we took a 10% reduction earlier in the biennium as a result of some of the economic downturn associated with the early consequences of COVID and the pandemic. And we had a lot of positions that we had been holding open because of the decline in revenues. And so we faced at the outset of this new biennium, over 70 new positions and a lot of vacancies that we needed to fill. So that raised raised a very distinct management issue for us going forward. Go to the next slide, please. So with these new positions, with this slide, I wanted to give you a sense of where that new capacity resides at a high level. At the top here, you'll see in blue, right below the title of this slide, 2019-21 positions for the agency. We had a total of 177. The green dot at the top to the right shows that our budget through these increases is now a total of 241. That's a 36% increase in our budgeted capacity. It's fantastic. We're not complaining for sure. It's a good thing. But boy, it sure put in stark relief that we had to have a very big job ahead of us of just getting the recruitments done and filling positions. And that was really probably the biggest realization that we had at following the 2021 long session, is that we had a massive workload ahead of us just to get this capacity filled. This was much greater than any recruitment need that we'd had in past years. We decided early in the fall, to administratively create an additional human resources position just to help us manage the recruitment workload. We didn't receive any new capacity in that regard associated with the legislative capacity increases. And we really signaled to our management team that job one for this biennium is to stand up these programs. And in order to do that, we need the staff to be able to help. And so that continues to be our highest priority. Recruitments and issues associated with recruitments have dominated a lot of our executive team and management team discussions literally since September of last year. And I think we'll continue to do so through the remainder of the biennium. So with this slide, though, you'll see the different divisions and you'll see the increases based on the budgeted resources. What's notable here is the big increase in our field services division, much of that being assistant water masters and water master positions, as well as the big increase in our technical services division, which have a lot to do with our increased ability to be able to do basin studies, groundwater studies, water budget work. And so we're very excited about what I think are new investments that are going to help us to really focus on some of our core responsibilities as an agency with respect to the interface we have with water users in the field and the data that supports decision-making, whether it's our own or decisions that individuals are making or communities are looking to do around planning. So very exciting investments. And if we can go to the next slide. So in terms of recruitment status, this slide was created just a couple of weeks ago where I did a presentation with legislative committee. So I think the numbers have actually changed even since then. But at that time, we had 65 positions that we'd filled since the beginning of the biennium. It's an extraordinary number for our agency, extraordinary. I'm not sure that we've filled 65 positions in a biennium before, and we're halfway through this biennium. So it's just, it's pretty mind-blowing to me, and is a reflection of the commitment and activity and time that our managers and staff have spent in recruitments. We have a kind of an ongoing list of recruitments that are always open, new positions, but there's always roughly 10 or more recruitments that are in play, and roughly 74 positions. Again, these are not just the new positions that we received through the legislative processes that I mentioned, but also vacancies that we had at the beginning of the biennium, or vacancies that have developed since the biennium started. again, these numbers are changing. I heard, I think earlier this week that we've filled well over 70 positions now. So the numbers continue to evolve and move. One of the things that we are realizing, and we're not the only agency that's dealing with this, is with these new opportunities, we are finding there's just a lot of fluidity, I guess, within our ranks. It's a very dynamic period for employees. There's lots of new opportunities for them within our agency and outside of our agency. So we've seen people leave for other opportunities, leave the agency, but we've also had a lot of folks move within the organization. And they're both part of the reality and the landscape that we're dealing with in the work environment that we have here in Oregon. As you see here in the middle of the slide, we have 23 vacancies that were created as a result of an internal employee moving into a new role with the agency, a new position. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing to be able to have some upward mobility for staff, or to have them have the opportunity to change their responsibilities, and for us to be able to benefit from having people fill new roles that have a lot of experience within our agency. We see that as a good thing, but it's a neutral gain for us from the standpoint that while we're filling the new position, we then have to have a new vacancy that we didn't have before. So we're not the only agency struggling with that reality. We also have been, it's been hit and miss in terms of our success with recruitments. We've had some failed recruitments. I know other agencies have struggled with that as well. Sometimes it depends on the job and where it's located. And I have to give a lot of credit to our managers and our HR staff. We have been more innovative in terms of and thoughtful about how we advertise for these jobs than we were in the past. The standard approach and kind of the minimalist approach would be to just post our positions through the state system, and it's not a bad way to get the word out. But we've increasingly been looking at other vehicles to be able to get the word out about these opportunities, whether it's using LinkedIn or different web pages that are focused on water and water jobs. So we're doing what we can, but again, understanding that job one for us is really to get these positions filled. And of course, it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. It's not just about recruitment of these positions, but it's getting them hired and then onboarding them. And so I want to really emphasize how much work we have ahead of us just to get staffed up effectively. This is a huge task and is not to be underestimated in terms of the time and expense of really doing this well, and doing it in an environment, again, that is this COVID environment where we are increasingly looking at virtual or hybrid work opportunities, and has really put a lot of challenges on the plates of our managers in terms of how they approach bringing new staff in, how they develop relationships between themselves and those new employees, and how they incorporate those new staff into the teams that they work with within their different sections or programs within different divisions of the agency. It's not business as usual, and I've very much appreciated the open-mindedness, energy, and flexibility of our management team as they've been grappling with these issues. Go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the projects, I mentioned over 40 new projects, and of course, new work priorities pop up all the time. That's just part of doing business, but we do have a lot on our plates. I mentioned to you in the previous item a couple of big work groups and task forces that we have in front of us, with the regional water planning and management work group and the tribal state agency task force. There are other efforts underway. I would refer you to the attachment to this staff report, and I'll talk about that again in this presentation from a slightly different angle. But within that that document is a kind of a long list of a lot of what is on our plate, and in terms of projects. And so I'm not planning on walking you through all of that. If you have any questions about any of those projects, we'd be happy to talk with you about it. I will highlight a few things in the upcoming slides, but again, there's just a lot on our plates, and we're doing our best to try to be organized in how we go about tackling those issues. Again, our big focus is on recruitments. We need to have the boots on the ground and the capacity to be able to carry out these different responsibilities. And we've done our best to try to prioritize what we work on. And there's a lot involved in that, and it's constantly evolving. Some of the prioritization that we've done has been around recruitments itself. And we've looked at various criteria as we have assessed our new budget from the standpoint of there are some projects that are time sensitive. Some of these work groups, for example, the expectation is that work will get done this biennium. So getting those moving has been a high priority for us. We have had other projects that have where we know the legislature has expectations that we work on that effort this biennium, and will be a high profile issue. Our work to reduce our backlogs with our protests, as well as some of our water right related transactions review processes is another area of that we've elevated as a priority. I'll talk about that more in a few minutes. But we also have been balancing priorities with being opportunistic, and so we recognize that things, while we can prioritize recruitments and prioritize projects, that life gets complicated and things don't always play out as we expect, and we need to make adjustments. And so we've along the way been open as a team to recognize that if some prioritized item gets high centered for whatever reason, other workload or recruitments can move into the queue and get taken care of. So we're trying to seek that balance as best we can as we go forward. We can go to the next slide, please. So I want to just mention a few project areas that where we've been working hard and making some progress. Again, there's a whole lot in that list. I'm not going to touch on everything, but I want to touch on a few things. One area that's been of particular interest is around our protest backlog. For those commissioners who have been with us for a while, you've certainly heard from me that we've been struggling as an agency with our budget associated with our legal costs. The legislature provides a certain amount of money for us to be able to cover the expenses that we have for our attorneys who work at the Department of Justice. And we have that budgeted amount in recent years has not been sufficient to cover our costs. And we've had to go to the legislature a few times for that conversation and have received some assistance from them in prior biennia to help us meet our needs. We also received a bump in our base budget for our legal expenses for this biennium, which we're grateful for. And we received some money to help us address our protest backlog. But before I get into that, I do want to mention that one of the consequences of having I would say that we're, increasingly in an era where we're seeing more and more litigation. If you talk to some of our longtime employees, they would say that it just wasn't like this 20 or 30 years ago in terms of the amount of litigation that occurs around our programs and our issues, and that we started to see this take off probably 10 years ago or so, where these costs were increasing. A lot of it's driven by activity in the Klamath Basin, the adjudication and different issues that are being sorted out both in state court and federal court. About half of our legal expenses this biennium are out of the Klamath Basin alone. Nevertheless, those costs that we've accrued over several biennia have had impacts on our ability to be able to address pending protests that are in the queue, more or less, to go through a contested case process. And that has been a longstanding issue. And the result is that we, at the beginning of this biennium, had about 120 protests in the queue at the beginning of the biennium, but we received some one-time funding from the legislature to help us accelerate our work. And in the past, because of limited resources, we've been able to do maybe 2 or 3 contested cases in the course of a 2-year biennium. And because of these new resources, we've been able to hire some protest coordinator positions internally, as well as beef up our DOJ capacity to help us with protests, moving them into administrative hearings. As a result, we've referred 30 cases to the Office of Administrative Hearings, which is extraordinary for us. Again, we might have done that 2 or 3 in the course of a biennium in the past. So it's a very assertive approach. Not all of those are in a contested case process at this time, but it's been extremely beneficial for us to be able to officially move those cases into the Office of Administrative Hearings, because it's been a bit of a smelling salts moment for the parties involved. As a result of our ability to be able to act on these, the subset, 11 protests have been withdrawn. 3 of those were withdrawn by the protestant after the referral to the Office of Administrative Hearings. The protestants decided they didn't want to pursue the protest any longer. 8 of those have been addressed through settlement. And I think that's notable. Again, we're very grateful for these resources, because being able to put these protests into play with the Office of Administrative Hearings has allowed us to have more serious conversations with the parties about the prospects of settlement, for example, and has been a motivator for us to be able to resolve these. Our desire would be to resolve as many of these as possible through settlement. That's the more cost-effective way to approach these, and more timely a way to approach these. But we wouldn't be able to engage in this level of conversation without these additional resources. I would say, despite the efforts that the positive efforts that we're making to chip away at this backlog, I would say 2 things. One is, this is a long-term effort, and it will take many years, even with these additional resources, if they were to continue in the next biennium. It'll take many years for us to really be able to address and meaningfully reduce the protest backlog. But I would also mention that in February, we had an influx of 113 additional protests, all protests from Douglas County, associated with a batch of new in-stream water right applications from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So sadly, our numbers have actually increased rather than decreased, despite the good work that we're making on these this small cache of cases that I've talked about. A lot there. Sorry to go into that detail, but I just think that's a really important area for us, and a lot of efforts going into to that work. Also want to mention that the legislature provided, I think, $5 million total in funds for contracting around dam safety work. we've really made some great strides through modernizing our dam safety program over recent years. Modernization, as a reminder, is one of the key elements of our strategic plan. And this has been an area of great improvement for us, both in terms of the policies improvements, as well as investment in our capacity. We have, I think, more staff now in our dam safety program than we've had for many, many years. And we're very excited about that. But we also received this funding for contracts. These contracts will help us to carry out work to do extreme precipitation analysis. Commissioner Kahara was opining on what can happen in worst case scenarios. And we certainly want to have a better idea of how those worst case scenarios could impact existing structures, the 900 plus dams that we're responsible for working with those owners around dam safety. Inundation analyses, spillway analyses, conduit analyses, seismic analyses, dam removal plans, and dam breach hazard mitigation plans all are areas that these funds can help us move the ball on. So we're very excited. Our dam safety staff have done a great job of lining up these contracts, and we're looking forward to seeing the results of this work. I mentioned earlier to you that I think in the last item, the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund is another new program that was created and as part of the long session in 2021. And our staff did a great job of getting that stood up. We got very clear direction from the legislature that they were interested in us making that program active and available for this summer, knowing that we were facing, again, potential severe drought around the state. And we just put that new program online, I believe, last week. So we're very excited about that and being able to move that forward and provide some resources for folks to help them address their well issues. We go to the next slide, please. Another area that is important, and again, referring to our strategic plan and an emphasis on modernization, we have in recent years, in light of our strategic plan and the modernization priority, emphasized our public safety programs. And I just talked about dam safety and the work that's been involved there and the progress that we've been making. The other area, more recently in 2021, we were able to modernize our well construction and compliance program. And that's led to a lot of work this biennium in terms of working with the Oregon Groundwater Association and well constructors around the state around setting up a well report review program that is going to help us be able to monitor the work that's being done around establishment and construction of new wells. That program is set to go live, I think, July 1st. Our staff have been doing a great job of kind of working through the details and have been steadily doing outreach with that broader well constructor community around this issue. So a lot there. I'm sure we'll probably be reporting out to you in more detail on that program as it starts to unfold later this year. And I can bypass the next two items. I've already talked to you about these in terms of these two work groups that we are working on, the tribal task force, as well as the water planning and management work group. So we can go to the next slide, please. Well, we've had challenges like any effort. I mentioned earlier that we had prioritized reduction of backlogs that we'd received funding for protests, but also for our water right related programs, decisions on issuing transfers or extensions of time, certifications, and water right permits. We received funding for those, and we prioritized that as a very high priority for us to move forward on, knowing that we had a very narrow window to work on those issues. Unfortunately, we couldn't act on it because it took many, many months for us to get clearance, both on whether the funding source for that work, which was the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, could be utilized for this purpose. And so it took quite a long time to hear from the federal government about what was eligible for these funds. And then we had to wait to hear from the Department of Administrative Services to get the clearance to be able to use these funds. The good news is we've got the green light and are able to use these resources for this purpose. But we had intended to start recruiting those positions last September. And instead, we are just in the early stages of recruitments around those positions now. So we lost some valuable time, but I would note that the ARPA dollars will be able to be used beyond this biennium and into next biennium. And we have an option package that will help us be able to keep momentum on that. So our intention is to fill these positions and get moving on this as quickly as we can, but we weren't able to start it as quickly as we wanted to. The water budget work, this is some of the data assessment work that's going to be so critical to help communities understand what their circumstances are and help them with any kind of planning exercise they want to do in their area. We received significant funding to help us advance that ball down the field. It is moving forward, but it's taken longer for us to work through the contracting work that we have associated with lining up the U.S. Geological Survey services, which are critical for us as a partner to help us with this. They are struggling with their own capacity issues and have been working with us collaboratively in the Harney Basin. They're working with us in the Walla Walla Basin. And so getting their time and energy on this has been a bit of a struggle just because they're stretched pretty thin. We also have been stretched thin in part because of some of the evolving priorities. And it has pulled our attention from this issue a little bit as well. Specifically around the directive from the commission around the groundwater, modernizing our groundwater allocation policy, which you'll hear about later in this meeting. That's drawn some of our energy and attention from setting up these water budget work. The water budget work is not something that's going to turn around really quickly. It's a multi-year effort. So it is moving forward, but not quite as quickly as we had hoped when we were talking about these issues last September. And of course, recruitments, I've already mentioned, continue to be a challenge for us. It's just a lot of work. And for all of the reasons I mentioned before in terms of failed recruitments, shifting priorities, and internal movement within our own staff, it's just going to be a constant challenge for us going forward. Ooh, if we can get back onto that PowerPoint, thank you. If we can go to the next slide, please. So tracking progress. It's been really important for us to approach this workload as strategically and in as organized a fashion as we can. And we've been really working on developing a project and portfolio management practices around this workload and the new budget. We started in terms of some portfolio prioritization, which is ongoing and constant, and as we look at the variety of different things we have on our plates. But we also developed a system for a lot of the work that we have of developing charters to help us organize around projects, who's responsible, who's the project lead, who's the sponsor, who's involved, what are some of the milestones associated with that project, as a basis for us to be able to get started on this work. And we are going to continue to work on ways for us to track our work and stay organized and adaptive as we go forward. Our management team has been meeting, in addition to our regular executive and a manager team meetings. We've got a group of managers who have been meeting. For a while, they were meeting every week and twice a week last fall. And now we're meeting twice a month and sometimes more, again, just to continue the conversation and coordination around moving this effort forward. We continue to think about our priorities with respect to this workload associated with the integrated water resources strategy and our strategic plan, as I've mentioned a few times during this conversation. And of course, we remain adaptive to the issues of the day, and those can be fairly fluid sometimes, and are just part of doing business. If we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Part of being strategic in doing this work is being as transparent as we can about how we're doing. I think one of the realities of having such a significant investment with an agency that, we're not a large agency, is expectations and managing expectations about what can be done. In all the conversations I've had with folks who have experienced surges of funding like this, the constant refrain that I've heard from them is make sure you're focused on recruitment. And that's certainly been the realization we've had as a management team, as I've mentioned. But also make sure that you're communicating well about your work so that people understand where you're at. I think it's important for us as a state agency, as a public entity. It's important for us to keep you engaged and involved in understanding what we're working on at the appropriate level. And we've also been spending a lot of time reaching out to and briefing interested legislative committees, as well as our broader interests, or stakeholders and tribes who are interested in our work. There are a number of tools that we've used to help us with that. One is as you see pictured here, this is the attachment that we've in our project list. That project list has evolved, and we're trying to make it more and more effective in terms of being able to communicate not only the work that we're doing, but where it's at. One of the things that in the evolution of this project list, we've done a better job of I think, of organizing it around issue areas and program and division areas. But I also wanted to note that we're starting to evolve to a request that has been made from the get-go of this biennium of having more of a dashboard type of document that can give people sense at a glance of where things are at with a project. We're not there yet, but we're moving toward that. And I wanted to point out with this slide, you'll see within the columns, there are in yellow, a stage and status columns. And this can give folks a sense of what stage a project is in. Is it in progress? Is it in scoping? Is it not started? And then the status can give a sense of are we meeting expectations or not? And those two columns, I think, we're intending to evolve those into an item that can be accessible on the web page that will be more of a dashboard approach. So folks at a glance will be able to see where we're at and whether we're on track or not, and then can help them if they are interested in those areas, seek more information through our staff contacts around those projects. So wanted to give you a sense of that. There is another document that we've been using recently that's also been just another tool in our toolkit for organization purposes, and it has been built around kind of our section level. And we have, as you saw in the earlier slide, we have 5 divisions. Within those divisions are different program areas, and they are organized around sections. And we have managers who are in charge of those sections. And we've been asking them to put together essentially kind of a two-sided one pager that lists out their responsibilities at a very high level within their section responsibilities, and what they are working on for this biennium and what they're not working on this biennium. And that's been a really important tool for us both internally, as well as a tool for us to work with our interested stakeholders so that they understand at a more detailed level, in talking with our section managers about what those sections are grappling with, what they're placing their emphasis around, and what is not getting done. Again, these conversations are really important for us to be able to convey to folks who are interested in our budget, and so that we aren't finding ourselves by the time we get to the 2023 long session in a position where people don't understand why we're where we're at in terms of implementation. It's been our desire and goal to really keep people apprised and help them understand how we're doing, the good and the bad. We can go to the next slide, please. Just in closing, we're thrilled and excited about the investment that the legislature's made in the department. We're working hard, both with an eye towards near-term and long-term success. We're recognizing and have already been learning that we need to be adaptive, and we need to try to set up systems for us to be adaptive as possible and flexible as possible over time. And we recognize that communication is really important around this issue, and we're committed to providing the commission more updates over the course of this biennium, as well as looking forward to other venues where we can have these conversations with others who are interested in our work. So with that, I will close and be happy to take any questions. Hey, Meg, you're on mute still.
Thank you. I was just saying that I thought you did a really great job of laying this all out. I like this color coding idea a lot. It just, the way it's organized, the way you presented it, I think it's easier for us and maybe people in the audience to grasp where we are on this thing. Did any commissioners, I don't see a physical hand up. Do not see any virtual hands up. I had one other question, Tom, about the basin water budgets, which you might have addressed and I missed it, but do we know which basins we're aiming to do water budgets for yet with the funding that we have?
I believe, and I'll look to Doug here, because he may be able to give a more definitive answer, but I believe this will be pretty comprehensive, that we'll be looking to do water budgets in multiple basins. We do have our own priorities in terms of what we'd like to do in terms of the sequence. Mm-hmm. And I know 15 Mile, for example, is one that we've emphasized, that's in the Columbia Basin. Mm-hmm. And there are some other areas that we've targeted as kind of areas of greater need and earlier work. But Doug, I don't know if you could expand on that at all.
Yeah, just from the for the record, Doug Woodcock, Deputy Director, Water Management for the department. And Tom, you nailed it. This is going to be comprehensive across the state, but we are going to sequence them because we do have some priorities in certain basins. And so we'll be doing basin studies along with the overall budgeted process of doing these water budgets in various basins across the state.
Thank you. Thanks. Just checking one more time to see if we have any other questions, comments.
Chair Reeves, I would just mention that I've really appreciated I appreciate your feedback. And I will tell you that we're getting better at this. And part of why we're getting better at it is because the feedback we've been receiving from a lot of interested folks who have been helping us understand how we can better communicate
How
this
to better do
information.
it. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I think this, I really thought that this presentation was very helpful. So, and you're continuing to work on it. Commissioner Smitherman?
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Reeves. Thank you for the presentation. Easy to follow, like the color coding. I did have a question on staffing. And first of all, just want to say, I only have to worry about a few people as far as hiring. And so 70 plus people hiring and onboarding. I can only imagine the difficulties and challenges with that. So I appreciate all the work in that area. And it also, can take away time from other things, but you've got to get those people in there. So in order to do the project, so just appreciate the time it took to do that. In the one graph, it did show, how staffing levels had changed in the last few years. And I was curious, you may have mentioned this, and I apologize if I missed it, but that it looked like that water rights staff decreased. And I wonder if you could explain that a little bit more.
Commissioner Smitherman, thank you for mentioning that. As I failed to mention that, and I'm glad you caught that, because that is actually an important factor for us to be mindful of. You may recall, some of you may recall that as part of our 2021, we've had some significant challenges around the funding formula, if you will, that helps support our water rights related work. And that has been based on a kind of a combination of general fund and fee funds. And we were running into big problems with that formula that were really culminating in a bad way for us last biennium. And we were very concerned about some very significant reductions that we might have to make before the biennium was over. That issue has still not been resolved, although the legislature has invested in some stopgap funding to help us with backlog reduction. We actually had a net loss of our capacity within our water rights division, as you noticed in that slide. Part of the funding, and I didn't mention this, but I think this is an important point. Part of the funding associated with the water right work also gives us a funding to help pull together a work group that help us look at our fee-based programs and explore with interested parties maybe better ways for us to be able to have more sustainable funding to help maintain those programs and their effectiveness over time. And those also were the American Rescue Plan dollars, the ARPA dollars. And so we've not started that effort, but we are looking forward to getting that going now that we know we can use those funds.
Okay, great. Thank you.
A follow-up on that, Tom. So the backlog reduction package or funding, is that all in water rights? Staffing wise, is that all in water rights, or maybe, I don't know what that goes to basically.
I believe it is, and it's I may be oversimplifying it, but the areas of interest in terms of backlogs were around our water rights related decisions. So again, transfers, permits, extensions, where we have some backlogs in terms of they're not as significant as they were 20 or 30 years ago, but this was an opportunity for us to really address some of the workload that we had there. And then the protests, and that's as I mentioned earlier, is a pretty massive workload.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let me just see. Does not look like we have other questions or comments. So I think it's time for We are very close to being right on schedule. It's time for a break. Let's come back at 10 o'clock. Then we'll be just back on our regular schedule. Okay. See you in 20 minutes. It's 9:59. We'll wait one more minute before we get started. Do we have all of our, I see Steve and Kim. Okay, everybody's ready. Cool. Okay, now it is 10 o'clock. So we will reconvene, I guess. And for this item, this is the state recognition of the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership's Water Action Plan. The presenters are Adam Denlinger, the manager of the Seal Rock Water District. Adam, did I say Alan? I meant Adam. Alan Fujishin, manager, I hope I didn't mangle that name, manager, Gibson Farms. Kim Fritz-Ogren, and Steve Perrett from the department. So please have at it and feel free to introduce yourselves more fully if you'd like to.
Okay, well, good morning. For the record, my name is Steve Perrett. I'm a planning coordinator with Oregon Water Resources Department, and with me today is Kim Fritz-Ogren, the manager of Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section. Chair Reeves and Commissioners, the statewide integrated water resource strategy adopted in 2012 recommended the department develop a framework for and undertake place-based integrated water resources planning. In 2015, the department published draft guidelines for place-based planning, and the legislature provided authority within Senate Bill 266 for a pilot phase of place-based planning. Following a competitive application process, the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership was one of 4 places around the state selected to pilot place-based planning. From 2016 to 2021, the partnership worked through a 5-step planning process, and in December of 2021, the partnership adopted a draft plan which the partnership submitted for formal review by a state interagency plan review team. This plan review team consists of staff from Oregon Water Resources Department, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Department of Agriculture, and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. The plan review team was tasked with determining whether the draft plan demonstrates that the partnership followed the draft planning guidelines and is consistent with the principles of the statewide integrated water resources strategy. That was the task of the plan review team. The department is very grateful for the service provided by our sister agencies and the members of the plan review team. As you'll see this afternoon, there's another plan in front of the commission. The plan review team essentially reviewed 2 plans simultaneously. The plan review team used the Planning Step 5 draft guidance as a review tool and identified strengths of the draft plan, considerations for implementation, and some required improvements to the draft plan. The partnership worked with the plan review team to incorporate the required improvements into the final plan, which the partnership adopted by consensus in May of 2022. Since the final plan is consistent with the draft planning guidelines and principles of the statewide integrated water resource strategy, Director Byler, on behalf of the plan review team, recommends that the commission provide state recognition of the partnership's final plan. This recommendation is alternative 1 in the staff report. In its decision, the commission should consider its reading of the final plan, the partnership presentation today, then review team's recommendation, and public comments. With that, I am now happy to introduce the representative of the partnership to present their final plan, Mr. Adam Denlinger and Mr. Alan Fujishin.
Thank you, Steve. Chair Reeves, for the record, my name is Adam Denlinger. I want to just confirm that you're able to hear us here. Okay, I'm gonna let Alan introduce himself, and then I'm going to set the presentation up on the screen.
Good morning, Chairperson Reeves and members of the commission. My name is Alan Fujishin. I'm representing Gibson Farms and the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership. I've been involved in this water planning partnership since its inception back in 2016. And my family helps manage a blueberry, beef cattle, and grass hay farm in the Siletz Valley here in the planning area. As part of that work, we also steward about 3.5 miles of the Siletz River, which is a source water river for several of our communities here. And we also are an agricultural irrigator. And so throughout the process, I've helped represent agricultural and natural resource interests here at the planning partnership level. And Adam is getting our presentation up, if you'll give us just a moment.
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to yeah, you're going to have to advance it, I think. I think that's plugged in. Okay. Now let me. Sorry.
Sorry for the delay. We tried to do as much as we could to get ready over break with the hardware, but we're.
That's fine. You're fine. Just take your time.
It's a brave new world we live in.
Right, exactly.
I would have loved to have joined you in Salem today, but
oh, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that hopefully you're seeing slides advance. Chair Reeves, members of the commission, you should see a presentation roadmap slide. Just kind of give you an idea of what Alan and I are going to try to unpack for you this morning. We're going to talk a little bit about the planning partnership in an overview, the planning area for those that may not be familiar with the partnership. Some of the water uses and issues, key consensus imperatives. We're going to discuss some of the proposed strategies, our outreach and education and implementation tools, which we're excited to share with you. Some of our next steps and needs, and hopefully we'll be able to wrap things up in such a way that we can respond to any questions from the commission. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alan to briefly introduce our planning partnership.
Thank you, Adam. I think it's appropriate to begin the discussion today to talk a little bit about the human dimension of our partnership. You can see a map up on the screen of our planning area and the communities that are included there, and the hydrological units that are also included. And you can see the quote from our charter that we developed back in 2016, 2017. The purpose of the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership is to develop an inclusive community forum which examines water use in the region, identifies current and potential water challenges, and also creates a unified plan to balance those water needs that we identify. And when we began this process back in 2016, I would say that although certain entities and especially municipalities had engaged in water planning in-house, those efforts had not been very comprehensive and they had not been regional in scope. And they're often rather uneven to the extent that they engage the public in outreach and public vetting. And as a generality, I would say that water interests in our planning area were pretty siloed. And if you could advance the slide for us, please. Our process attempted to break down those silos and create a shared base level of understanding about water issues in our region, as well as a shared language to discuss those and analyze them. And perhaps most instrumental, I would say we tried to foster a safe place to share individual perspectives about water, understanding that over the previous decades, many of our water interests that participated in the room had been in conflict with each other in other settings, those being political contests and public hearings and public discourse around specific projects and practices in the area. So we had about 243 stakeholder participants on our master list come and counsel with us. We engaged people mostly through local partnership meetings. We had some great field tours. A lot of our heavy lifting was done by work groups, subsets of the partnership. And we tried to get out and do public engagement events and public surveys to sort of broaden our scope and also broaden the perspectives that we were including in our plan. Initially, we had funding from Oregon Water Resources Department, later local partners, foundations, and consultants, and a lot of participant in-kind support for those efforts. Go ahead and advance slide, please. We developed a governing charter based on principles distilled from the Integrated Water Resources Strategies draft guidelines for place-based planning. And through consensus, our coordinating committee and our partnership identified several guiding principles that were important to us in our process, or were expected to be important to us in our process. Those being, you can see, partnership, commitment, innovation, transparency, action, flexibility, and clarity. And those are unpacked very well in our charter. It's available online at our website. And it kind of provided some ground rules on which we were expected to work together. And sometimes those were easy to follow and sometimes not so easy to follow, but those were our ideals starting out. We also agreed on a structure, and that structure is sort of schematically drawn out for you here. Our planning partnership was composed of charter signatories, which are the folks that were signed on to our charter formally, agreed to our ground rules, and agreed to participate in partnership decisions, consensus decisions. We also had quite a bit of input from interested public who, for one reason or another, stopped short of signing our charter and agreeing to that, but continued to come to meetings off and on and present their perspectives and check in on our progress. We appreciated their help. We had a coordinating committee, which was strategically composed of 12 to 15 stakeholders that represented a sort of balanced, intentionally balanced set of key interests. Those folks met more often than our partnership. They met monthly. And their job was both to frame issues for discussion by the partnership, but also to advise the conveners on process design and process design questions. We had a lot of those early in the pilot. We had work groups that were sort of committees, ad hoc committees around a certain topic or a certain task or deliverable that were convened. And of course, we had our conveners who were working quite a lot behind the scenes and in the front of the scenes to make sure that we were fulfilling our grant obligations and maintaining fidelity to our charter and IWRS. I should mention that the public, although they participated with us quite often, if folks didn't sign the charter, they couldn't participate in a consensus decision, a consensus check vote. And that became an important distinction at certain points in our process design and in deciding where we had consensus on deliverables. All right, thank you. So who showed up? You can see a long list here. We had quite a lot of water purveyors. Environmental interests, I feel like, were well represented in the charter. Natural resource professionals. And we had really excellent support from state agencies and Oregon State University. Advanced slide. And here at the end of our process, or our planning, approach to finalizing the plan, we had a smaller subset that participated in our plan consensus approval. That's the approval of the draft that you have in front of you this week. You can see that there's still a good measure of balance there. It's just a smaller subset of the partnership that maintain their interest through participating in our vote. All right, Adam.
Okay, I'd like to talk a little bit about our planning area. Mostly, I'd say the planning area is contained within the boundaries of Lincoln County. It also includes 8 major hydrologic drainage areas with territory in 5 counties. The area hosts dozens of district community water provider systems, thousands of self-supplied industrial and rural water users, and key aquatic, terrestrial, and nearshore habitat for several species, including threatened coho salmon. A little bit about our climate and geology. Of course, you can see by the graphs in front of you. The blue really tells a story for our region. Most of our precipitation falls between the month of November and March. Dry conditions, including drought, occur during the summer months. This is typically in the southern part of our planning area, where communities struggle with water scarcity on an annual basis. Of course, we recognize on the Oregon coast that snowpack is not a significant contributor to storage or flow. We do get snow, but it's typically short-lived, makes it to the stream and moves off. Overall, the geology of the Midcoast does not support large quantities of groundwater. Aquifers in the Midcoast tend to have low water yields and poor water storage capacity. We see that a lot with the groundwater wells in our region, many of which fall short of meeting demand for residential users in the summer months. A little bit about the people. Of course, we couldn't have a successful plan without considering the number of folks in our region. The Midcoast planning area is approximately 918,000 acres and has a total population of 50,000 people. Population projections that the region will experience by way of growth is almost 10,000 people in the next 40 years. I would have been reluctant to perhaps affirm that, but given the growth that we have seen in our region since the beginning of the pandemic, I can certainly see how we could increase by another 10,000 in population in our region in the next 40 years. This is some land use statistics for you. Vast majority of the land in the Midcoast is zoned for timber conservation, other land use, including agricultural conservation and rural residential in cities. Lincoln County is 97% forest and farmland. Urban development is concentrated along Highway 101. So I think you can recognize that we're linear in our planning area. Land ownership is predominantly private industrial forest land with significant public and tribal forest lands. A little bit about our ecology. The Oregon Conservation Strategy identified 12 streams or estuary habitats as areas of ecology importance in the Midcoast because of the diverse habitats and species they support. Aquatic species of interest include 7 species of salmon, green and white sturgeon, beaver, and 3 species of lamprey. Oregon coast coho salmon is listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act and large portions of the Midcoast are designated as critical habitat for coho. A little bit about our economies, and it's broken out there for you in the graph that you should see on your screen. Of course, commercial fisheries takes up 40%. We do see a huge increase in tourism during certain times of year by 33%. And of course, the timber industry is at 22%. Most jobs, incomes, economies, develop opportunities depend on directly or indirectly on clean, sustainable water. We would not have this kind of economy without the support of water infrastructure in the region. I'd like to turn the floor over to Alan. He'll now discuss water uses on the Midcoast.
Thank you, Adam. So we have several in-stream water rights areas in our planning area. You can see from the graph there that a lot of those in-stream water rights have priority dates that are back from the 60s and 70s. And then those in-stream right reservations kind of took a break until the 90s and aughts when a larger number of those were brought in. The most recent, of course, were in 2018, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife made a new round of in-stream water rights and have had those approved here in our basin. There are now 133 in-stream water rights, and those are for mostly fish and wildlife habitat, but also for recreation. And a total of 51 streams have existing in-stream water rights. Adam, if you can go back 2 slides, please. To get a view of how this is spatially, if you look at the yellow reaches of some of these rivers, those are the ones that are protected at current time with in-stream water rights. It's a significant portion of our planning area. Thanks, Adam. The partnership identified the need to understand the full range of flows needed by aquatic organisms and other fish and wildlife for multiple in-stream needs and values as a significant data gap, and that they requested that be prioritized to aid in future planning and project prioritization. There's just a lot we don't know about what these organisms need over a typical year in terms of stream flow to reach optimum or to survive. And summer stream flows are observed to be insufficient in some areas of the Midcoast to meet the in-stream water rights of fish and wildlife. And those low stream flows contribute to quality impairments, high temperatures, low dissolved oxygen. And we would expect that those climate impacts and increased demand in the future from municipal and rural water users would pinch that resource further. So yeah, the question was, does an in-stream allocation represent the full range of flows needed? Perhaps not. And because summer stream flows are typically not meeting or routinely not meeting the in-stream allocation, we have paper protections for in-stream flows, but not enough wet water in several areas of our basin to protect. And we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. Thank you. Another main area of use is out-of-stream uses. And you can see, not surprisingly by volume, in-stream water rights are a high allocation within our area. Another high allocation is municipal and industrial water rights for domestic and for industrial production. I was surprised when I first saw this graph. A large portion of water rights are allocated to other, and that I just point out that includes water for fish hatcheries. And so although that graph bar is rather large compared to some of the others, we would expect that isn't a very consumptive use. Most of that water is returning in-stream. The partnership noted that water rights on file aren't a very good proxy for actual water use. They observed that most water users are probably not using their full allocation. And because of low summer flows, especially, many of those junior water rights are being regulated off and aren't represented in this kind of graph. This just shows, this is sort of a paper water graph of that. Some of the withdrawals from the largest industrial and municipal water users are concentrated on a single withdrawal node on the Siletz River. So although this graph is aggregating the entire planning area, certain reaches and certain streams are experiencing more pressure from withdrawals than others. The partnership also noted that permitted groundwater uses in the Midcoast are minimal, and a lot of that has to do with our geology, hydrogeology, and the few permitted groundwater uses that do exist are for community water systems. Slide. There are 7 community water systems serving an estimated 16,000 connections, estimated residential population of 40,000 people. There are also 22 non-municipal community water systems serving about 7,900 connections and a resident population of about 17,000 people. The black line that you can see there at the top aggregates the use of those water systems across the systems and watersheds again. And I think the takeaway that I would take from these graphs is that the community water systems use is highest during those summer months. And those summer months are also when our natural flows in our streams are the lowest of the year. So that creates a pinch on that resource during low flow summer months. All right, Adam's going to discuss some key consensus imperatives that appear in our plan.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Before we move off this slide, I do want to just underscore some of the discussion with the partnership as it relates to the need for conservation. One of the outcomes of our partnership was the development of the Midcoast Water Conservation Consortium. I think we recognized very early on that there was a lot we could do to affect the bell curve just by educating our communities with respect to conservation and the value of water in our region. We also discussed the need for the development of water management and conservation plans for those community water systems that without that tool, we understood the value for those communities that serve larger populations that the water management and conservation plan, having that plan in place would help to educate and inform their communities with respect to conservation. The other issue that we discussed was regional infrastructure and supply. Something that has been developed in our region is the opportunity for sharing water between users through an emergency intertie that connects distribution systems. We have a number of those in our system that can be used in summer months to maybe help to provide and meet the needs for those communities, especially those communities in the south part of our system.
Can I add one more thing, Adam?
Yeah.
Since we're jumping on, I note for the commission that these graphs represent actual wet water recorded by the community water systems. This isn't speculative. This is based on their reporting. So we do have a good idea of what stream flows are thanks to our stream flow gauges and measurements. And we do have a good idea of what community water systems are actually withdrawing in terms of wet water rather than paper water in our basin. Thanks.
Good point. Some imperatives and proposed actions. I think you see that, the partnership had 150 plus broad draft actions developed through the plan, 59 proposed actions in the final plan, organized under 8 imperatives. And of course, rising to the top, no surprise, there was water conservation and efficient use, enhanced regional collaboration. I think this is where we can work collectively through the Conservation Consortium to inform and educate our communities regionally with respect to conservation. Reliable infrastructure and operations, how to make improvements to the system to reduce water loss overall. Ecosystem protection and enhancement, and source water development and protection. Some of the cross-cutting imperatives, the stakeholders developed cross-cutting actions orientated toward imperatives to organize and characterize key basin issues and strategies proposed to address them and propose to address them. Each of these recognizes that water issues cross-cut many geologic, biologic, legal, and cultural contexts. So a huge amount of discussion with the partnership centered around the need for public awareness and support, monitoring, sharing that information between the partnerships, the groups that participated. Action-oriented imperatives, of course, include conservation, efficiency and reuse, resilient water infrastructure. The photograph to the left is a recently developed intertie between that connects the Seal Rock Water District distribution system to the city of Newport's distribution system. This intertie has been used on many occasions successfully. We refer to it as the asset now. This intertie was funded through FEMA's hazard mitigation grant program and through a partnership funding package provided by Infrastructure Finance Authority or Business Oregon. This is a $1 million asset that without it, I can tell you that there would have been at least a dozen times in the last 5 years where the district or the city of Newport would have been without water for a substantial amount of time. So we have seen some great success from the use of this this particular site, and believe that this can be applied throughout the region. In fact, it's being looked at by other cities and districts to kind of help flatten out that bell curve a little bit with respect to supply in the region. This is an example of a strategy that you'll see in the action plan. This is a lot of print, small print on the screen, which I'm not going to read. It's 8 objectives and 16 proposed actions centered around ecosystem protection and enhancement imperatives. This is an example again of the ecosystem protection and enhancement imperatives. The partnership just really believes whenever possible, watershed ecology restoration and protection should be focused on in these areas that have the highest potential to yield ecology benefits. Creative partnerships that link downstream to the benefits of a healthy watershed should be explored. This was something that was discussed in some of our subcommittees, heavily in recognizing that there is this shared benefit for the region. Now I'd like to turn it over to Alan to talk about the next slide.
Thank you. I think it's important to point out some things that aren't included in our formal printed plan, but were definitely side deliverables from our process and our planning partnership. They're support deliverables, and I think that in the implementation phase, they're going to become increasingly important as we move this plan from a paper plan to a plan out on the ground. One of those is our website that went through several versions. We have a new version there and the Head to Cape logo at midcoastwaterpartners.com. That has been kind of a clearinghouse for a lot of our documents and meeting information and a lot of the resources that we've identified and are available to our partners as we go into implementation. Another great deliverable that we developed was a story map, both in English and Spanish. You can see a screenshot of it down there on the left. And I encourage you to go ahead and explore some of these at your own time, your own pace through our website. There's links there on our website. That story map tries to kind of take this narrative that we had gained consensus on, the value of water in our region, and kind of carry that out into a larger audience in a way that was accessible. And I think it was very successful at that. Another product that was developed is the Oregon Explorer landing page and map viewer that uses ArcGIS and various base maps and data meta files, and sort of blends that into a landing page specifically for our planning region, and helps users ask and answer questions specific to our planning region, and kind of gathers all that in one place. And it's going to require some maintenance going forward to make sure that that data remains current. But it's a great tool for our partners and others to look at water issues in our planning region, and also ask queries and get answers about those in a format that's accessible. Go ahead and next slide, please. So as we move into implementation, we're in a brave new world again. We don't have very clear instructions on what implementation looks like for our planning region. And so the prospective strategy that we developed is very much based on our partnership, the guiding principles and the relationships we've built thus far, but is geared to do a little bit different thing. Our charter was designed to carry us through to the completion of the plan. We've done that, and now the time is to get that plan out and implemented. We anticipate that what we're calling water action teams, composed of partners and organized around common implementation theme, will coordinate and implement at this project and strategy level around these themes that we've identified here in this wheel. And that the partnership as a whole will serve to coordinate and support those teams going forward. And so everybody still has a job to do. It's just our structure will be organized a little bit more around the specific themes and strategies that we identified in our plan. And if you browse through the implementation table included in the plan, you can see we kind of called out speculatively what partners we would think would be ideal fits to people those water action teams to make those effective in the implementation phase. All right, Adam's going to go ahead and describe some of our next steps and needs going forward.
Okay, we have a completed plan for the consideration of the commission, and so now what happens? The partnership has agreed that the plan would be adopted regionally by the partners through a declaration of cooperation. This would really commit those folks that adopt the plan to actually implementing the strategies that are developed in the plan. From very early on, from the inception of the project, it was a desire of the partnership that this plan be an actual working plan, that the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership would not develop or did not have a desire to develop a plan that would just sit on the shelf. It is something that the partnership intends to implement. For specific projects, there would be the understanding that those partners implementing the project would enter into a memorandum of understanding to complete that project. Prioritization of proposed actions and strategies which are identified is something that we are going to organize. And then the partnership plans to continue to meet through August and September to develop how best to prioritize those actions and begin the implementation process. So our needs, local coordination, involvement with every state agency emphasizes state investment, agency capacity, availability, and support for local process. We have always relied on the support of a local coordinator, which we no longer have due to funding. We're hoping that through coordination with the state and the available ARPA funding that we'll be able to bring on a consultant to help us prioritize the actions in the plan for future use. So our needs continue as we consider the projection of our community's growth. There's significant gaps in data that we recognize on the Midcoast that we would need to help complete successful projects in the future. We recognize that there are significant data gaps around the state, which is something that we would be looking to the state to help us wherever possible. Any future planning efforts will greatly benefit, of course, from that data and that information to accurately guide our process here on the Oregon coast. I want to spend a couple moments acknowledging some key participants in our planning efforts, notably the city of Newport and Tim Gross, who is no longer with the city of Newport, but was one of the principal partners in establishing funding with OWRD. Of course, Harney, which is no longer with OWRD, but provided a significant amount of benefit to the partnership and continues to work in Harney County on this effort. Having this access to the state, of course, as a partner was tremendously successful. I want to just take the opportunity to recognize Director Byler and the participation of his staff, which is not just benefited our planning area, but the other 4 planning areas as well. Of course, Silver Rock Water District serves as a lead agency at the moment and is agreeable to continue to serve as a lead agency. Gibson Farms, Alan, who's with us today, and who has, Alan himself has provided a significant value to the partnership in his participation. Our project team also includes GSI Water Solution, the Innovative Growth Solution consultants as well, Creative Resources Strategies, and Oregon Kitchen Table. There's a number of other municipal agencies, cities, and districts that have provided significantly in hosting tours, hosting partnership meetings, and are still engaged in the process today. And of course, I do want to recognize Alexandria Scott in our partnership. She was our planning coordinator. She recently moved on as of the end of May. She deserves a multitude of praise. She was significant in bringing us to where we're at today. Some of our other partners, local partners and funders, we received funding from cities and districts throughout our partnership. Meyer Memorial Trust, Oregon Community Foundation, Ford Family Foundation, Oregon Kitchen Table, and of course OWRD, all contributors to our partnership. Literally thousands of hours of partner in-kind support to and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. She had some closing remarks.
Just before we leave acknowledgement, there's really too many people to thank, of course, but I specifically wanted to call out the interagency state review team that reviewed our plan here at the final steps to get that draft finalized. Their contributions, their critical read of it, helped ensure that we documented how we were consistent with the integrated water resources strategy, and it made it a better plan. And I can't thank them enough for their careful read of a very long document in support of our planning area. So thank you. All right.
Thank you, both of you. That was an excellent presentation. Oh, good. There we go. I'm going to first see whether I see Commissioner Lee has her hand up.
Yes, I wonder if in the slides that you were showing, you might be able to go back to the one on in-stream water rights, the chart that showed those. If it's a lot of trouble, I can ask the question without seeing that. But I noticed that in the 2010-2020 period, there's a total of around 20,000 CFS, but below that, there's listing of several other in-stream water rights. And so I'm not sure if the 20,000 is cumulative or if you have to add up all of those figures that were on that chart. And it's a much higher in-stream flow as a result.
Yeah, Adam's trying to get that slide up for us again, Commissioner Lee, but each one of those temporal sections is its own aggregate. So you would have to add all of those up to add up to the total in-stream allocation for our region. And again, that graph is over our entire planning area, right? So 8 distinct basins. Mm-hmm. And you kind of get an idea, spatially where those are protected in that map from slide, pardon me for a moment.
Yeah, that was a good depiction.
Slide 9.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, the print is also very small, Commissioner Lee, so.
Oh, no problem. I can see it well enough. Thank you.
Slide 9. Forward. There we go. There's one, and then 2 more. There's the map and the graph you were referring to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Table.
So one would need to add those all together.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, each one of those were split off temporarily, based on decades.
Okay.
So you'd have to add those up for max cubic feet per second. And again, I guess I'd gently make the point, both water rights for out-of-stream use and in-stream uses are paper water number, right? And so we really have to view those in the context of what flows are happening in a specific season to know whether those are being met or not, and whether those are fulfilling what we expect to be the biological need for fish and wildlife habitat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question.
Let's see. So this is Commissioner Reeves. I had a question about sort of it's not really a process question. It's more a having arrived at this point in your process. You seem to have a high energy level still. I'm wondering about the kind of process fatigue question that could come up in a situation like this going into the next stages. And I just wanted to get your perspective on that in this process.
Well, both Adam and I have been involved since the beginning. I think when Harney approached me about serving on the coordinating committee in 2016, the fall of 2016, I was assured that the heavy lift would happen in about 6 months, and then things would pretty much run themselves through plan completion in 2 years. 2 years. A two-year schedule. That was in 2016. We're now well past 2 years. So, Adam can attest to his perspective, but we saw it through the process because of our capacity limitations at various points, mostly tied due to funding and the fact that we also experienced a COVID-19 pandemic during that time.
Right.
We did have, participants drop off for one reason or another. And I would also say that the longer the plans stretch out, the more opportunities people have to retire, move away.
Mm-hmm.
Those things really had a material impact on the pace of our plan development. And, it would be great to just be able to knock one of these out in a short period of time to avoid that happening. But I fail to see viable shortcuts in the terms of producing the kind of trust and relationships that both plan development is based upon and also plan implementation.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, I don't have to tell you how important water is to a community. You know that. And I think that we would expect to see some planning fatigue as a result of the time investment to get us to where we're at today. And I think we have experienced that. Certainly, we've been impacted by the pandemic and the need to meet remotely, which removed us from having the opportunity to plan tours, the region, which was a huge success in my opinion. But I think what has kept us together, at least with the core group of participants, even through the attrition that we've seen from employees that have moved off or retired, is really passion. I think that in this community, both from a professional level, whether you're concerned about ecology or in-stream or out-of-stream uses, there is just a high level of passion with regard to water on the Oregon coast and how we manage that water in the future. And I think that has really benefited our partnership in ways that maybe we didn't realize when we started this process.
Mm-hmm. You know what, before we continue this conversation, maybe I think we could safely take the slides down and we could see each other. That'd be great. But I just marvel at how long this has gone on and the way that the communities involved have stayed with it and come up with your plan and the plan that we signed off on in March and the one we're going to see later today. It's just I think it's fantastic, and it gives me great hope for regional planning going forward. And I'm also hoping that there's potential legislative activity, that some clarity and help is going to emerge at the state level for the next phases for the planning groups that have put all this work in to get into implementation. But I guess I just want to commend you and all the people who have done this work, hung in there, and produced this great product. And I think it's great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes, thank you, Chair Reeves. I want to echo what Chair Reeves just said. Everyone who's been involved in this should be very proud of themselves for sticking with it all these years, continuing, because I'm sure there were times when you felt like you wanted to just stop, you hit some challenges and it was probably very difficult, but I just applaud you for continuing and getting to this point. I also appreciate the emphasis that you put on water conservation and efficiency and developing your WMCP. And that's, really important for not only educating and informing the public, but it's a great guide for the agencies to follow as well. And all of that water that's conserved through efficiency measures, through habits, through changes in hardware, all that water is another source of supply. So I think you've done a really great job at looking at that bell curve, trying to shave off that peak there, reduce that summer usage. And I think that you're on the right track with engaging the public. That's a huge piece of it. That public awareness and support, and tours. I think in my experience, you can talk and talk and talk about it all day long, but until you get out there in the field, until you're looking at what you're talking about, that understanding is just not there. And so I see in all of your presentation, all the photos of the field work that you were doing and the field tours that you took people on. And I think that was a huge success and very beneficial to your project. So thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm looking to see if other commissioners have questions or comments. I do not see hands up. So I think we are being asked to take action today on this plan, and the alternatives are in our staff report. The department is recommending that we vote to formally recognize the water action plan included in attachment 3. And I think we might be ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to recognize the plan as stated in the staff report.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Smitherman and seconded by Commissioner Kihara to vote to formally recognize the Midcoast Planning Partnership's Water Action Plan included in the staff report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call on individual commissioners. Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara?
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves adds an enthusiastic yes, and the motion carries. Thank you so much for all of your work and your presentation today, Zach. I wish we could be doing this in person.
I do too. Thank you, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. Thank you so much for allowing us to present this information to you today.
Yeah.
And I'd also thank you for the trust and that you made available to us and the support over this past 6 years. It's been great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We are on to the next agenda item, which is a drought and water conditions update from Ryan Andrews from the department.
Good morning, Chair Reeves and commissioners. Okay, I can go ahead and get started. How does that look for everybody?
Not seeing it.
Nothing yet.
Not seeing it yet. All right, now we are seeing slides.
Okay, is it full screen?
No, it's not quite full screen.
Okay.
Now it is, yeah,
Alrighty, thank you for your patience.
sure.
Okay, good morning. My name is Ryan Andrews. I'm a surface water hydrologist with the Oregon Water Resources Department, and I'm the chair of the Water Supply Availability Committee, and I co-chair the Drought Readiness Council along with the Office of Emergency Management. And today I want to give you an update on drought and water conditions throughout the state. So to start, I want to zoom out to the entire Western United States to provide a bit of context on the current drought situation. There was a recent study published in Nature Communications or Nature Climate Change that suggested that this was the worst mega drought in 1,200 years based on a modeled time series for the southwestern North America. So it suggests that this is the driest 22-year period since 800 in terms of soil moisture, and that time period being 2020-21. And to clarify, a mega drought is defined as a period lasting more than 2 decades or more than 20 years. And they also suggested, based on observed data, that this is the driest and hottest 22-year period since 1901. So quite a significant set of data suggesting that this is an extended period of drought and a deficit in terms of soil moisture. Moving forward, talking a little bit about how this drought has been developing. So this drought period is a multi-year drought cycle that started in early 2020, which is on the left. So in January, we had quite a bit of the state, which was abnormally dry, but some of it in moderate drought. And at its peak on the right, September 21st, 2021, over 76% of the state was in D3 to D4 conditions, so extreme to exceptional drought. This was the result of a lack of relief over the previous wet season, so the wet season of 2021, and also the result of record low precipitation that fall and that spring of 2021, which led to its record low stream flows, and also periods of extended high average temperatures, but also that period of extreme temperatures last June and early July, where we had a significant heat wave event. So this really elevated evapotranspiration and water supply demands by users. This also included the second appearance of this dark red D4 condition since the drought monitor started in early 2000. This drought has persisted and caused a series of impacts over the past couple of years. So down at the bottom, we have a timeline of the drought monitor starting in 2011 and extending to today. And I wanted to show this because it shows that there's been individual years of wet conditions. So I failed to mention this earlier, but although this 22-year period has been significantly dry, there has been individual years of wet conditions. So sometime in 2011 and briefly in 2017. But mainly this highlights how drought has persisted over extended periods of time. This has been exacerbated and persisted by below average snowpack over the recent years, and as well as early rapid meltouts. So that helped extend summer, or at least have an early onset of summer conditions such as low summer stream flows. And this led to earlier regulations, typically earlier in the year than we would have seen, and maybe in some places that we hadn't seen before. And also stressed soil moisture profiles to increase demands by agricultural needs and irrigators. So where are we today? Our current drought conditions. So this is freshly updated as of today, or as it was released today by the U.S. Drought Monitor. And so you can see that there's been quite a bit of improvement since that peak in September. And we just have just about 2% of D4 conditions, and mainly in Crook County in Central Oregon, and also reduce that D3 to D4 coverage down to 40%. But you can still see that there's quite a bit of coverage of extreme drought. So although we have improved somewhat, we still have areas where we still have significant drought conditions. But we have quite a bit of improvement elsewhere throughout the state. This map highlights this change in drought conditions since the start of the water year. So about that peak period in September. So since October 1st, we really have this quite a bit of change. So this map shows categorical change where the blues and the greens represent improvements. So a different number of class improvements. So the dark blue is 5 classes improvement. So really moving from D4 to no drought conditions, whereas the reds and the yellows, so just a bit of yellow there in the Eastern Oregon, Malheur County, we had a bit of degradation. So a little bit of increase in drought severity. So how did we get here? Well, recently, as we all know, we have had well above average precipitation throughout much of the state. And this was also helped by below average temperatures over the past couple of months. So April and May were cooler than typical throughout the entire state. This helped us improve our soil moisture profiles, such as the root zone and surface soil moisture profiles. It's also helped us sustain stream flow. So earlier in the year, we were still seeing well below average stream flows throughout much of the state, whereas recently we've had extended periods of above average stream flows in certain parts of the state. This was also really helped by a normal timing in our snow melt out. So most of the places throughout the state, most basins other than sort of the Willamette, Hood, and some of the northern basins had well below average snowpack. But what helped us is those cooler temperatures and a late season bump in that snowpack. If we remember a storm around April, early April, helped deposit some more snow and really got us to about a normal timing of snow melt. So late May or early May in some places of the state. So really helpful over with recent events. So I mentioned stream flow conditions. So this map shows stream flow percentiles. And what I mean by percentiles is it compares the current flows to the entire period of record. So some of these gauges have 50 plus or even longer periods of record. So quite a bit to work with. If you'll notice there are some dark red dots, at least in the legend, and there's one on the map that indicates a record low, whereas the black dots represent a record high flow. So you can see that the blues are well above average flow. So we have some pretty improved stream flows over the past 7 and 28 day periods. So sort of indicating that we have some sustained above average stream flows throughout the state. And even where we don't have above average, we're looking at some average flows, which is really nice considering where we were just a few months ago, where extended periods of very well below average to even record low flows throughout the state. So we do have some places where we do have below average stream flows, and these are unfortunately in places that are experiencing extended and extreme drought conditions. But overall, relatively optimistic as we head into the summer season. Talking a bit about reservoir storage and sort of the impacts that we've seen over the past several months and where we started at the beginning of the water year. So this table or graph shows our June 13th reservoir storage for different basins based on data by the Bureau of Reclamation. And you can see sort of the burnt Umatilla and Tualatin basins have pretty good storage. And some of these are currently maintaining flood control operations. So nice to see in some parts of the state, but mainly throughout the rest of the state, we have very well below average in terms of storage, reservoir storage. This is partially due to reservoirs starting water year 2022 with record low carryover. And this has happened in a number of, if not entire systems, but individual reservoirs throughout the state, mainly southern, eastern, and central Oregon. This has resulted in impacts to irrigation allotments in several basins, including the Klamath, Roe, Deschutes, Owyhee, and Malheur basins. So reductions in their irrigation allotments and perhaps alterations to their release schedules. However, this recent precipitation has suppressed demand. So yesterday we had a water supply availability committee meeting. So a fresh update on that. So some of these storage systems have where we'd expect maybe some depletion in their contents. And we have seen that, but really it helps suppress the rate of depletion over the past couple of weeks or so. And really, so the Army Corps system didn't begin filling the Willamette system until about February or March. And although we had a really slow start, that has picked up, and that Willamette, the entire system is nearly full with the exception of Cougar Reservoir, but that is a result of a court order. And even that has started refilling since May 27th, and even that one is about half full at the moment. So this recent precipitation has really helped in terms of reservoir storage and operations. So a lot of the times we get questions about what did the recent rain do and why are we still in drought? Why are we still talking about drought? And I really wanted to highlight this distinction between short and long-term drought. So these figures, these maps show a representation of a drought metric called the Standardized Precipitation Evapotranspiration Index, or in short, SPEI. And this is a drought metric that attempts to provide a measure of wetness or dryness by incorporating precipitation and temperature. So those two factors are really important because, as we know, precipitation obviously provides immediate water supplies, but temperature is important because it affects the rate of evapotranspiration. And as temperatures increase, it can help increase that rate of evaporation. So these two figures, the left is the SPEI since March of 2022. So since about the start of the recent precipitation. So we can see that the blues and the greens are a measure of wetness, so indicating that we've had a relatively wet past 3 months. And even the white is just about average conditions, so central and southern Oregon. But on the right, we have this 30-month SPEI. So since December of 2019, we're looking at red or orange throughout pretty much the entire state, with the exception of Northwest Oregon. And so those red values, those red colors are -2 to -2.5. Those correspond to about D3 to D4 conditions on the US Drought Monitor. So extreme to exceptional drought. So pretty much all of Oregon has been in drought, at least according to this metric, over the past 30 months. So that long-term metric is indicative of quite a significant moisture deficit, which has been exacerbated by those warm temperatures. So while the recent precipitation and the cooler temperatures brought short-term relief over the past few months, it really wasn't enough to overcome those long-term deficits throughout much of the state, pretty much with the exception of northwestern and parts of northeastern Oregon. Moving forward, so getting into the actual impacts of the recent drought cycle and talking about the 2022 drought declaration. So currently we have 17 counties with state declarations under ORS 536, and ORS 536 is the declaration that allows the department to offer a suite of tools to our water rights holders throughout the state. So if your county declares drought, you become eligible for applying to those different tools. We also have 29 counties with USDA crop disaster designations due to drought conditions. And those are also dependent on, so those are more of a threshold declaration. So if you're within an area that has about a D3 to D4, they make a declaration based on that. So it's sort of more systematic, whereas ours is more of a discussion-based process. And finally, we have there was just recently an executive order issued for a declaration under ORS 401. And this is different from an ORS 536 because this is used to address life safety situations. And I'll talk more about that in just a bit. So our available management tools to address drought, so we have several available at the moment. So as I mentioned before, we have the declaration under ORS 536, which again offers those certain tools for counties with a drought declaration. And these are intended as short-term solutions to water supply challenges, and these are more on sort of an individual scale rather than a large or sort of local community-based scale. We also have water management and conservation plans, which help counties plan for situations of water shortages. And these are important because sometimes they can be implemented, mandated to be implemented, which is important in times of water shortage. So it's better to have these ready and prepared beforehand rather than scrambling at the last moment. And finally, we have our dry well reporting form, which was implemented last year. So users are able to submit reports of their dry wells or wells with reductions in significant reductions in well output. And this allows us to track these conditions and help track groundwater conditions throughout the state. So I mentioned the water rate tools through ORS 536. So this table shows the applications received and denied for emergency permits and transfers. So we have about 6 counties that have where individuals have submitted applications for permits or transfers. And it's important to note here that I'm going to address a bit about the Klamath Basin. Due to pervasive drought conditions and declining groundwater levels in the basin, the department has issued only 1 groundwater permit in that basin. And this is a result of analysis of groundwater levels over the past couple decades. So over the past 2 years, there's been an approximate decline of 20 feet. And then since 2001, there's been declines of up to 40 feet in parts of the basin. So based on that analysis, we are really limiting emergency permits in the basin. And speaking a bit about the dry well reporting form. So this information, again, allows the tracking of groundwater issues throughout the state. And so far in 2022, we've received over 300 dry well complaints, and it's about 360 last time I checked, just yesterday or 2 days ago. And about half of those complaints are from the Klamath Basin alone. And just going back further, since the start of this, there's been over 600 reports submitted. And in part, this has led to the creation of the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund, or what I'll call WARF on the next slide. So this was launched in early June officially, and the department is currently accepting applications. So the WARF was created partially due to recent extended drought conditions. So the department is accepting applications, and this applies to low and moderate income households with domestic wells that have been impacted by drought or wildfire. So this fund provides financial assistance to qualified applicants to abandon, replace, or repair their domestic well. And just a bit about the application process and how it relates to drought. So the department has set some standards about who An individual can qualify in a drought afflicted area as defined by a county with an ORS 536 declaration, or a county with a USDA secretarial disaster designation, or that crop disaster designation I mentioned earlier, within 6 months prior. And these two qualifiers are somewhat different just based off of what I hinted at earlier. So the USDA is sort of a systematic declaration, whereas the ORS 536 declaration, the county needs to submit a request, and some of our counties just they either don't submit, or they just don't maybe qualify or submit their declaration request. So in order to allow individual users in those counties, we sort of included two different qualifiers for that. And getting to the ORS 401 drought emergency, so this is important because the 401 addresses water supply shortages that impact life safety. And this is different than a 536 because sometimes this can happen at a local or community level, so more than just an individual scale. And the ORS 401 declaration allows the coordination of emergency actions at the local level through the Office of Emergency Management. And this includes the equipment procurement, coordination, or contracting of water hauling. And it really allows the Office of Emergency Management to begin this process ahead of schedule. Whereas last year it was more of sort of a response to individual requests. This year, given the extended drought, we're well aware of the likelihood that communities will need this sort of response. And so really it allows the Office of Emergency Management to coordinate across agencies to get ahead of the situation and procure resources from different agencies. So again, that Executive Order 2210 issues that 401. Right? And it is not a statewide declaration. It is more of a declaration that allows anticipatory response, but in order to be eligible at the moment, your county needs to have submitted a 536 declaration, and it needs to be in place. And it allows, the way that the executive order is currently written, it allows for the expansion of the geographic scope of the executive order. So as other counties qualify or declare, they then qualify for assistance. So again, it allows OEM to coordinate resources across agencies ahead of time. And to summarize all this information, just included this slide. So we have a continuation of drought conditions, although a bit of a reduction in severity in some parts of the state. Outside of Northwest and Northeastern Oregon, which have been removed from drought depiction or drought conditions. So we had a reduction in severity due to the recent precipitation and cooler temperatures. Important to note that although the spring precipitation was nice, it wasn't enough to overcome that long-term deficit that we saw previously. And this wet season has delayed summer. So the impacts that we've seen in previous summers occurring earlier and becoming more severe, we've sort of delayed that situation and pushed it further into summer, but important to proceed with caution in those areas that are afflicted by drought. We've had many reports of dry wells or reduced well output, and which have resulted in limited emergency groundwater permits in Klamath County or Klamath Basin. And we have launched the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund also in response to this extended drought period. And finally, the executive order issuing the 401 declaration allows for the preemptive planning and coordination to respond to water supply emergencies that are anticipated as we move into the summertime. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Sorry, Ryan, I couldn't get unmuted. Thank you for that presentation. Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes, thank you, Chair Reeves. Wonderful presentation, Ryan, and a great reminder that this fortunate spring that we've had has just pushed the summer out, that we still need to be cautious, that it's not completely over yet. So I appreciate you mentioning that. I do have a question about the WARF program, and just maybe a clarification. It says to help with abandon, replace, or repair. Does that include drilling deeper wells?
I unfortunately don't know if that, if we are covering that expense.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Maybe Director Byler is able to provide some information.
Thanks, Ryan, and thanks for the question, Commissioner Smitherman. I believe that it does. That is an element that can be considered as part of this, but I too am not familiar with the granular details of the program. But I believe it is part of the option to help folks get access to water.
Okay, if necessary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Kind of following on Commissioner Smitherman's question, in Klamath County, it sounds like we've limited, what am I looking for? Emergency well supplies. And I'm assuming that that's involving other measures for the people who would otherwise have sought that, like trucking water or something. And did I see in here, I don't know if it's the WARF, there is a program that would help cover the costs of that. Did I misunderstand that? Or maybe I made it up.
Chair Reeves, I see that Kim Fritz Ogren has just joined us. I don't know if she caught your question, but she is probably going to be in a better position to talk about the program and questions about the program.
Okay.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission, for the record, Kim Fritz Ogren, the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment Section Manager. I was just on the YouTube site watching, so I caught Commissioner Smitherman's question about whether deepening was an eligible cost, and used that as a cue to hop over. So I can answer that, but I would need to hear Chair Reeves' question again, because there's a bit of a lag between the YouTube and the
well, why don't you go ahead and answer Commissioner Smitherman's question, and then I'll tell you what my follow-up question was.
Yeah, and Director Byler was correct. Deepening is an eligible expense for wells if it is determined that that is the most appropriate approach for addressing the water need.
Okay,
thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
And my question really was about whether there are resources available to assist people in Klamath County who are experiencing situations for which they would otherwise seek an emergency permit that isn't available this year because of the dire water conditions. Just whether there's funding available to help with alternative measures for the people in that county.
Chair Reeves, from what I understand on funding availability, the department has funding available for those domestic wells, so wells providing water for household purposes. Klamath County also has funding, separate funding available for the same purpose. In terms of funding for other water supply needs, I am not aware of whether there are resources for that at this time. I know in the past there have been federal resources, but I don't know if those continue to be available this year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I know the department has drought funds that were recently allocated by the legislature, and I wondered how those were being used in Klamath County, if you're getting applications, or what the intent of use of those funds would be specifically.
My recollection, so for the record, Tom Byler, a lot of I don't think we received drought funding for the Klamath Basin, and I'm not sure we received drought funding. A lot of the funding associated with helping with grants, other than the WARF program, let me let me be clear on that. We did receive an extra $2 or $3 million, I believe, for the WRF program that would allow us to help meet issues and concerns by well owners, domestic well owners statewide. As Kim mentioned, there were funds in the Klamath Basin and in the Central Oregon as well. I know some other state agencies received funding to help with deal with drought response, but we were not, other than the WRF fund, I don't think we were a recipient of those dollars. We did receive some dollars associated with data development and OpenET, for example, that are, tools to help us better understand consumptive use that will be beneficial for us over time. But I don't see if, looking to see if there are any, okay, Kim may have some additional information to correct me on this. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, Director Byler, you are right that we received additional funding for WRF, as well as some position authority. That is really helpful for adding capacity to assist folks who are dealing with drought across the state. And I believe we were able, with some of that position authority, we're bringing on a couple of interns in the Field Services Division who will be based in our Klamath Falls office, but supporting the whole state. But that sort of, it's funding, but helps on the capacity side in terms of going out and talking with folks whose wells may be dry. And then I believe we also received about $300,000 to do a drought vulnerability assessment as well. But that work, I believe, is on hold as we're building up capacity to launch that contract.
Right, and then I understand OWEB also has some dollars for that area, so it sounds like a comprehensive effort to make change.
Any other questions, comments for Ryan? It looks like not. Ryan, thank you very much. Oh, Kathy, do you have a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, or not so much a question, but a comment. And thank you, Ryan, for your biweekly reports on the status of the drought. The format is good. It's clear. You can kind of get a quick snapshot as to where we are currently on the conditions, and I really appreciate that. So just wanted to mention that and keep up the good work, and thank you for the deep dive on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kahara. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Smitherman?
I just want to echo that your presentation was well put together, Ryan, and I would love to have a copy of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Smitherman. I would be happy to send one to you and the rest of the commissioners.
That actually, Ray, do you have any idea, and don't worry about it if you don't, I'm just curious, how many people are on the list that get that drought report?
Yeah.
How many addresses anyway?
Yeah, Chair Reeves, I want to say that it's over 500, and I haven't checked in a while, but I would be confident that it's over
Okay.
500 for sure.
It's just a great resource. I really appreciate. I want to add my thanks for that. Yes,
Yeah.
Doug, did you have something?
I just have I dug up some information that we had received earlier this week that touches on Commissioner Lee's question, and it has to do with Klamath. And they received over $4 million from the state to assist well owners whose wells have gone dry or no longer produce sufficient water to meet the domestic needs. And the county fashioned their domestic well program along the lines of our program. And they have recently awarded grant funds to 250 well owners. 50 of the owners have spent money and have receipts for the work, which has been completed, new wells, deepened wells, etc. And the county is relying on our water master's office to go out and do inspections of these wells to assure that the work is necessary and completed. We're a little concerned about that because that's a big workload for a small office that has some big responsibilities down there. around protection of senior rights, dam safety inspections, stream flow measurements, everything else. So we're working through that with the county now. So I hope that sheds a little bit of light on your question, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Okay, Kim, your hand is up. Is that a remnant or is it really up?
Cherries, if I may, I was going to build off because Doug also was still responding to Commissioner Lee's question. I got a message from one of our stakeholders also calling out that DHS received funding for water trucking and storage tanks as well as part of the drought response efforts. So in addition to WRD, what we discussed, and then the OWEB grant funding that was also mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I think we're finished with that agenda item, and it is it's 11:35. I'm inclined, if anybody has a different view, tell me, but I'm inclined to start up again at 12:45, even though that's going to extend our lunch because I guess just because that's when the world is expecting us to take up this this next agenda item. Any thoughts on that? Tom, do you have any concern about it? You know, do you think we should go start earlier or just go at
Chair Reeves,
12:45?
I again, Tom Byler for the record, I share your instincts that I think it's good for us to stick with the schedule. We're only 10 minutes early, so it's
I
not,
know, it's not that
not a
early.
huge shift. So
Okay.
I would recommend we just start up at the appointed time.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's come back at 12:45 and we'll take up the next agenda item. Have a nice lunch. It is 12:45. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and get started? I expect Jan will be here any minute. Oh, here she is. Perfect. So we have this item, this agenda item is Vision 54 rulemaking, and it's Tom Byler and Mary Graney and Dwight French presenting. Hello, Mary, Dwight, and Tom.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Tom Byler, with the director of the department. In concert with Mary and Dwight, I'm going to try to lead us through the conversation around your consideration of adopting rules for the conversion of in-stream water rights, or conversion of hydro rights to in-stream water rights, excuse me. Let's make sure we get that one straight. So we're going to start off by, if we can go to the next slide, please. Just a quick reminder, and we've had some conversation about this issue a few times. This has been a long process for us in terms of rulemaking for a variety of reasons. And just as a reminder, what we're looking to do with these administrative rules is to provide some clarity around process and standards for implementing ORS 543A 305, which provides a statutory guidance on converting hydroelectric water rights to in-stream purposes. There are certain eligibility requirements that are kind of a threshold condition for considering what hydroelectric rights qualify for this process, and we'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. And it also, this is a very unique statute, in my opinion, and we have a lot of unique statutes in Oregon water law, but this one has a direction that we protect a class of water users from injury. And those are involve to ensure the continuation of uses of water rights that were authorized as of October 23rd, 1999. This statute also provides an opportunity for, in addition to an injury analysis, to consider mitigation as a way to resolve the conversion of these hydro rights to in-stream water rights. I would mention at the outset that this statute was the product of a series of legislative actions that happened in the 1990s to help address and clarify how Oregon would address hydroelectric projects, which at that time were beginning to their authorization was expiring. And so there was a need to develop some policies around what to do, how to consider reauthorization of projects, but also in 1999, the legislature considered what to do around decommissioning. And part of that analysis included 543A 305 for projects that would not continue, and created this mechanism to look at the conversion of these hydroelectric rights. If we could move to the next slide, please. So it's not 1999. Clearly, it's a lot of time has passed since this law was passed. We did not have instances where a hydroelectric project, needed to be considered under this statute until more recent years with the Powerdale project up in Hood River County. And there were attempts to try to resolve the conversion issue. That project has been decommissioned, by the way, and there were attempts to try to resolve the conversion just utilizing the statutory authority that ran into problems that were not able to be resolved despite everyone's best efforts. And it was at that point that the department decided that it would be useful for us to develop some clarity around our standards and process for reviewing and considering these types of conversions, which led to a rulemaking process. And that process has had some fits and starts over time, including some delays associated with the pandemic. But more recently, we developed and put together a rules advisory committee in 2021, and then prior to that, I believe, the rules advisory committee, and through the formal rulemaking process, we then introduced for public comment a draft version of what are the Division 54, a new division that we're considering here to house these particular rules. Those were submitted for the public comment in August of 2021. The public comment period closed and has closed under our notice, and we will not be taking public comments today. The we brought this forward for review and consideration by the commission in March. And at that time, commissioners signaled that they needed to understand the issues better. And since that time, staff have spent time individually with commissioners to brief them on these issues. We're hoping that we're in a better position today to consider the rules before you, the proposed rules before you. Just a couple housekeeping things before I dive into the issues, and for the public who are listening to this, we are going to be stepping through a flow chart that's going to help, I think, at a pretty high level, capture the process that we're contemplating with these rules and some of the key issues that were raised and how we propose to deal with those issues in the rules. I would mention at the outset that the only changes that we're proposing to make to the rules before you, the June version of the rules, are in Rule 690.054.0000, the purpose section. The remainder of the proposed rules are identical to what was proposed in the August hearing draft. I want to just emphasize that a little bit because what we're proposing in the June version is a little bit different than what we proposed in the March conversation that we had. And I'll step you through our thought process around that. But in any event, I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. The red line that you see in attachment 1 to the staff report, the June version of the proposed rules, reflects changes and modifications that we are recommending vis-a-vis the August hearing draft. So I don't want you to get confused with the March draft that we had in front of you in the March report. Now, that said, the March report is attachment 2 to your staff report. And the reason we wanted to put that in there is that because it contains a lot of important content in terms of all of the comments that we received during the comment period, our responses to those comments, as well as a version of the August hearing draft. So we want, for the record, to make sure that you understand and that you are weighing and taking into account that full record for this rulemaking. But I also wanted to be clear about, this version of the rules in June we'll be speaking to, and the changes that we're contemplating here in the red line version in attachment 1 are indicated and distinguished from the August version, which I think was attachment 5 under the March report, which is attachment 2 for the report that you have in front of you today.
This is Meg. I don't know if you can see me. I can't see you, but I just want to, so the changes in the purpose and applicability statute they're redlined against the August version?
That's correct.
And so what about the March version? What was that? Which is what we had in front of us.
Yeah, and looking at the March version, we failed to redline that version. And I will step you through more specifically what that arc of changes were so that you understand what we did in the August version, what we did in the March version, and what we're proposing to do in the June version.
Oh,
okay. It all relates to that same section of the rules.
Oh, it's all in that first one there, first section. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll step you through that and be happy to point out the specific language that we're proposing to change. I will, so for members of the public, the flow chart that I'm going to be stepping the commissioners through was the similar vehicle, if not the exact same vehicle that we used in our one-on-one conversations with commissioners. And I hope that it's helpful to help illustrate the issues and understand the process that we're contemplating for these rules. I'll do my best to step you through these issues. I'm going to spend probably a little bit more time up front on this 0000 purpose section, because that's the one that has the proposed change. And I know, we only have an hour in total. We've already burned through about 12 or 15 minutes of our presentation. So I'm going to try not to get too far into the weeds in terms of identifying and discussing the other issues, and make sure that we build in some time for any questions that you have as you make your deliberations. So with that, if we could move to the next slide, please. So just some of the key elements of the standards and process for Division 54. We'll be looking at eligibility of what projects, hydroelectric projects, qualify for even considering conversion. We'll be looking at actual use and just there have been questions about what constitutes actual use of the hydro project, what constitutes also the actual use of other existing water rights that existed as of October 23rd, 1999. Those are both important considerations in terms of considering what is converted and what it can be protected per the injury and mitigation standards that are in the statute that are part of this process. So with that, let's move on to the next slide. Now, this in all of its glory is the kind of the full process, and I'm going to, for those who are viewing this, this text is difficult to see, and so I'm going to step the commission through this this flow chart, but we're going to break it up into 3 slides that will be easier to see and easier to digest for folks. The first of those slides will take the first 2 sections. The second slide, I think, will take the second 2 sections of this, and then the third will be the remaining 3 sections, looking at this sequentially from left to right. But just before I go into that, I want to just give a quick overview. The light blue forms or squares and circles, I guess, in the top of this flow chart are meant to reflect kind of the key procedural pieces of this of the rules, and then underlying that in the darker blue are what we've identified through the public comments as some of the key issues. Now, we are not trying to reflect every comment and every issue that was raised, but these were the ones that we selected and thought were important to raise and elevate for conversation today. So if commissioners have questions about other comments associated with the rulemaking, in addition to these that we'll talk through today, please don't hesitate to ask those questions. So just in a very brief form, on the far left, the blue circle is reflects the eligibility question: what projects, hydroelectric projects or hydroelectric water rights are subject to these conversion rules. The second the first blue box on the left, it reflects our rule around preliminary findings, which involves kind of an eligibility review and looks at actual use. These are the first view. These are the kind of the initial review and on a more cursory level under these proposed rules. After that initial review, and I'll talk through that in a little bit more detail, we then provide our first public notice. And I do mean first, because there is another public notice under the PFO that I'll talk about here in a second. But this would be the public's first opportunity to understand what is being contemplated under our preliminary findings, and offers an opportunity for interested members of the public to weigh in with comments. The next item over is proposed final order. This is a more, in this instance, we'll be doing a more detailed review of the actual uses and injury and mitigation considerations associated with this balancing act of determining what can be converted from the hydro right to an in-stream right, balancing with the obligation under the statute for us to protect at these other existing uses that existed as of October 23rd, 1999. And The proposed final order then, when that is completed, is submitted is published for public notice with a 60-day comment period, and also creating an opportunity for protest. Next, after that period, if a protest is filed, it provides an opportunity for a contested case opportunity. If that issue goes through the administrative hearing, the administrative law judge would then provide recommendations to the director, and the director would then weigh that and balance that in terms of issuing a final order. If no protest is filed, we would go straight to a final order. So again, very high level, but that is kind of captures the process in a nutshell. And now I'm going to pivot and speak in a little more detail and break this flow chart into the three pieces that I mentioned previously. So if we go to the next slide, please. Okay, at the outset, we have kind of threshold eligibility questions and our preliminary findings, this kind of initial review. And let's focus first on the left-hand side of this, the eligibility question. And I think is pretty clear in terms of the statute talks about hydro projects that cease use for five consecutive years, or if they fail to relicense or voluntarily released, the project owner voluntarily releases the project and the water right to the department. Those instances are cases where we would move into the conversion process. So underlying this are some really important questions that have been raised associated with the different comments and different interests around this issue pertaining to forfeiture. And I want to underscore that this is the issue area under 000, the very first rule, the purpose rule under our proposed rules, where we have made some modifications to the hearings draft. So the questions that have been raised have been whether, and this is specific to the instance of 5 years of non-use, whether the conversion statute, which controls the conversion statute or forfeiture. And as a reminder for commissioners, we have long-standing broadly applied law around forfeiture that suggests that if a water right, and there's an asterisk next to this and plenty of caveats to this and exceptions, but in general terms, if a water right is not used for 5 consecutive years, it can be subject to forfeiture for non-use. So the question that has been raised through comments is, what law controls here? The conversion statute under ORS 543A 305, or the forfeiture statute under ORS 54610. In our August draft, we recognized that the conversion had precedent and would control in this issue. However, we had some judicial opinions that came out during the time that this was out, and those came out towards the end of the calendar year, as I recall, in 2021, that had us rethinking that question. And we were, at the time that we provided the rules, the March version of the rules for you to consider, we proposed to amend that purpose section of the rules 0000 again, and to pull out references to forfeiture, and because we were still debating internally whether what our position would be on that issue. And so we decided to pull out of that and not address that issue. I would say that we've pivoted again for this June version after having more time to review the judicial opinions around this issue, and are more comfortable around the resolution of this issue, and more clear that the courts, in this case, an Oregon Supreme Court opinion, as well as a Hood River Circuit Court opinion make it clear that the conversion statute controls. And so we as a result of that, we brought back in a sentence to that effect in the rules that clearly states that the conversion statute controls over the forfeiture statute. So that is not in the red line version because it actually existed in the August version, but I want you to know that we've pulled that back in and is distinguished from the March version. But then the corollary issue here is what does this statute apply? Does the conversion statute apply to instances of non-use that occurred before the conversion statute existed? And it was, again, promulgated in 1999. And what we're proposing in the rule is that is different than what we did in August. And that is that we are proposing that the rules essentially do this, that they would apply to any non-use that ended as of the promulgation of this rule. So as of October 23rd, 1999, if that period of non-use ended as of that time period, it would qualify for conversion. That means that if that time period could have started 5 years prior to August or to October 23rd, 1999, that in those instances they would qualify. Another way of saying that is that we are not including as eligible projects hydro project that may have experienced 5 years of non-use and that 5-year period terminated prior to October 23rd, 1999. In that instance, under these rules, we would, because that conversion statute did not exist during that time period, the position we're taking in these rules is that the forfeiture statute would apply in those instances. So I'm going to pause there to see if there are any questions on that issue. But though I wanted to point that out for two reasons. One, again, this is the one change that we're making to the hearings draft rules from August, but it also is a slightly different position than we took when we talked with you in March around this issue.
I don't see any questions from commissioners. I have one myself. I just want to clarify for my own thinking. Am I right that in this interpretation, a hydro project that ceases essentially for more than 5 years at any time after October 23rd, 1999, regardless of how much time has gone by, is at least potentially eligible to be converted?
If that time period happens after October 23rd?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. If we're ready to move on, I'm going to move into the second section here where we get into our preliminary findings. I'm sorry, we're still on the same slide. Thank you. Here, once we've determined that this is an eligible project, we again begin our analysis around a little bit of a deeper analysis in terms of we have a project that is eligible for conversion. Now we need to figure out what aspect of the hydroelectric right is eligible for conversion. Here, there's been, we've received a lot of comments about what that should look like. The key driver for us at the staff level is we've keyed into 543A 305 sub 6, which states if hydroelectric protection is not the sole beneficial use authorized by the water right, this section, meaning the section on conversion, shall apply only to conversion of that portion of the water right used exclusively for hydroelectric purposes. Now that's an important consideration and has been part of our assessment here in terms of determining what is eligible for being converted. hydro rights, and Mary can explain this to you in much greater detail than I can, but hydro rights can be complicated, and not one is like the other. And so they can have multiple uses associated with them that are sometimes not directly related to the production of hydroelectric or hydroelectric purposes. And so teasing that out is literally going to be a case-by-case basis for us under this process. But it's important to distinguish this issue and to point out this issue in light of some of the comments that we received, where some commenters had a more expansive view of what should be included for conversion. And the issues in the darker blue, some of those issues here involve interests that we would consider converting bypass flows as part of the hydroelectric right that gets converted. We do not agree that that would be appropriate under the interpretation of the statute. Bypass flows largely are products of not the water right itself, but through the FERC process, where they're a form of mitigation. The bypass flows tend to be flows that are set aside to help address fish issues associated with the FERC relicensing process. They're not part of the water right, and they are not designed to produce hydroelectric electricity. And so we do not, our position is that those would not be eligible for conversion into the in-stream water right based on the reading of the statute here. There are other instances that are again kind of complexities of Oregon water law, where we have opportunities for existing water rights to be able to bundle hydroelectric use to those pre-existing water rights. Irrigation districts, for example, under a statute that was subsequent to this conversion statute, could attach, without a new application, without getting a new water right, they could attach hydroelectric purposes to their existing water rights where they were looking to do in-conduit hydro as part of their water right. In that instance, while they certainly were using, could be using hydroelectric purposes under their water rights, it's not exclusively hydroelectric because of the pre-existing irrigation right, or a municipality could do the same thing. In our view, again, looking at the statute and the direction that we look at uses that are exclusively hydro, because of that commingling of use, and we would assume that that water right had been fully used for irrigation purposes or municipal purposes, we would not consider that to be eligible for conversion because of that commingling. The other issue here in terms of it relates to so we've kind of set aside what, through this section, we start to understand what can be converted, but then we also start to go through our analysis in terms of what is the actual use associated with those other existing water rights that existed as of October 1999. Here we will certainly look at, this is a challenge. I'll be honest with you that we aren't always going to know with great clarity what exactly was happening on October 1999. We would certainly look at the record to the extent that there is a record associated with uses. If there is not a record associated with what those actual uses might have been at that time period, our fallback would be to look at, for a certificated water right, what they had beneficially used in the development of that water right. And as long as they were still ready, willing, and able and capable of fully exercising their water right, we would consider that full water right eligible to be protected in this case under the conversion statute. It gets a little more complicated when we look at permits that existed as of that date. Presumably those permits had not, well, they had not been fully developed as of October 23rd, 1999. And again, here we will look at the record to determine to the best of our ability how much of that water right had been developed by 1999. we may be facing situations where we would be, our best available information would be any kind of subsequent record that would tell us through an extension application, for example, intending to extend a permit, we would be able to get a record of how much of that water right had been developed up to that point and be able to relate that to the 1999 date, the best of our ability. Or if a certification came in, we would be able to use that information. Not perfect information, but the best that we can do under those circumstances. So I'll pause there to see if there are any questions on this section before we move forward to the next.
Yes, I have a question. I think that the language in the rule where it talks about actual use was a little disconcerting, but then I looked back at the department's response and it said that the director may include mitigation measures to avoid injury and ensure the continuation of authorized water uses. So to me, that says up to the value of the water right as proposed, as legally operable. And the reason that was a little difficult for me was, having been an irrigation district manager, I know that when we report our water use to the department, it will vary significantly from one year to the next. So there may have been 5 years where there was some drought or other conditions that would make it look like less water was used. But I'm feeling confidence from the way this has been addressed in the response to the rules that the department would be very fair in looking at the full right.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Sorry,
No,
continue, Tom.
No,
Sorry.
please go ahead. I was going to move on unless there are more.
Okay. I was just gonna, on that point, I'm understanding the underlying thinking to be that we're looking to establish the amount of water that had been developed as of October 23rd, 1999. If we have evidence available to us, documents available to make that determination. And if we don't, then we might go with in other words, there might be a difference between the amount authorized under the permit and what has been developed as of that date. That's what I'm getting at. What the significance of the date here, basically.
Chair Reeves, so you're speaking to the permitted water rights issue here.
Yeah.
And yes, this is a challenging task. And we are unlikely to have perfect record in terms of what had been developed as of that date.
Right.
Our point here, I guess, is that we, in those circumstances where you have a partially or developed water right that's in motion at that time, we'll just use the best available information that we have to be able to make that determination, which could mean, information subsequent to 1999 that gives us some detail on the level of development that had occurred under that water right.
Okay. But if you had information that from which you were able to tell how much water had been developed by October 23rd, 1999, that is the amount that would be protected.
Chair Reeves, yes, if we had good data in the record to be able to help us make that determination, we will use it.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Chair Reeves, there's Commissioner Lee has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioners, please do jump in because if I don't have the list down all the time, I can't see you. So Commissioner Lee, please go ahead, and any of the rest of you guys, you commissioners, when Tom invites questions, please speak up if you don't hear from me.
Okay. My question was about municipalities, because as we know, they have extensions for development, et cetera. And what they had in 1999 is not really awareness of where they are today or where they need to be in the future.
Commissioner Lee, I think that's a great question. And I think for any entity that has a long-term development trajectory, that they would be well served to pay attention to this statute and its implementation. That there may be instances where they, many years of development post 1999 could be at risk as we try to implement this statute. So seeing no more questions, and in light of our time, I'm going to ask Nirvana to forward the slide to the next piece of the process here. And here we, again, are looking at our public notice and our proposed final order issues and or process areas, and the issues associated with these listed below around public notice. We propose in these rules to provide discretion for the department to bypass the public notice here under 0030 and just rely on the public notice under the 0050, which is associated with the proposed final order under a singular situation. And that situation is where the hydroelectric water right itself that's being proposed for conversion has within the water right itself a subordination clause. In our view, if the water right already has a subordination clause, which will be the lever to protect those other existing users that we're obligated to protect under the conversion statute, we feel like this is a pretty straightforward exercise, and that in order to expedite the process, we would have the ability to, not required to, but the discretion to be able to avoid that initial public notice and go straight into the proposed final order process. It's only under those circumstances that we would exercise that discretion. Quite honestly, I think as we start to, if these rules are implemented and approved by the commission, and as we start to work with these issues, it would be my interest for us to be pretty cautious about exercising that discretion, at least in our early phases of implementing these rules and the statute, just to err on the side of broader public notice. But again, subordination, which allows us to, in this case, a hydro right would be subordinated regardless of its priority date, would be subordinated to other uses. If that's already in the water right, we think this is a pretty straightforward calculus for us under this conversion process. So moving into the proposed final order section, there were a fair number of questions about mitigation and injury test. And the way we look at injury here and the way that we're approaching this is that we really do see, we are using our traditional injury calculus, and there were some questions that and comments that were concerned that we were doing something different. We view this as our traditional injury review and would operate it similar to how we use it in other program areas like transfers. But I would say that this is a little bit different than just a traditional injury review by nature of the statute, where it asks us to look at injury, but also to ensure the continuation of these existing authorized uses as of 1999. And then also it provides this mitigation opportunity. And so we are trying to fold that in to this process, really with a mindset of providing as much a toolkit that can provide as much flexibility for us to be able to find reasonable solutions that allow for conversion of these rights in a manner that can protect the interests represented under these October 23rd, 1999 date. And I think it's difficult for us to predict how that will play out in terms of using those tools. But in our view, being able to look at and have as kind of a broad array of options as possible around mitigation is prudent, not knowing the circumstances that we might be facing in the future. So that last point is really at the involved with one of the comments you see here and the issues in the blue box around is mitigation measures too broad? In our view, we don't think it's too broad. We think it's smart and prudent for us to have a wide array of options available to us in any mitigation discussion that we would have. Under the rules, there is an opportunity for discussion around and dialogue around what mitigation might be appropriate. We envision that we might see mitigation options be raised through the public comment period, or perhaps other interest would be bring it forward. One of the questions we received in the comments was, will the department be involved in those mitigation discussions, or are they going to be done separate from the agency? And I want to ensure folks for the record that the department would be at the table for those conversations. We think it'd be extremely important for us to be part of those conversations, given our role in the conversion process. I think I'll leave it at that in terms of, unless there are any questions around injury or mitigation on this topic.
I do not see any hands up, Tom.
Okay. Nirvana, if we could move to the next section, please. So we've gone through our eligibility review. We've gone through our preliminary determinations. We've gone through public notice. We've gone through our more detailed injury and mitigation opportunity and more detailed analysis that leads to a proposed final order. That proposed final order is then made available to the public. There's a 60-day public comment period. There's also a 60-day protest period. And one of the issues that came up that we wanted to touch on is the rules talk about any person may file a protest. And the question was, is it clear and are we certain that we would be including any of the federally recognized tribes? Our response to that is absolutely yes. That the best way to approach and kind of the tried and true way to approach to be as inclusive as possible in terms of this type of issue is to say person, and that has been construed as broadly as possible and would include federally recognized tribes as well as any organization or person who might have an interest in weighing in on this process. I've already talked about the process itself, so I'm not going to go into that in more detail, but I want to get to the last issue that we're going to talk about before I turn it back over to you all. And that involves a question of additive, in-stream water rights being additive. And we think those comments are oriented around the notion that if a converted hydro right that gets converted to in-stream water rights, if it is done on a stream where there are already other existing in-stream water rights, would the department consider those to be additive so that we would be managing those water rights and viewing those water rights as one water right, essentially, that would have, rather than a certain amount of water under a in-stream water right at a certain priority date, and a converted in-stream water right, they would be managed together under presumably a cumulative amount of water, and presumably under a one priority date for regulation purposes. That is not how we view in-stream water rights. We consider them, whether they come through the avenue of applications from state agencies like the Department of Fish and Wildlife, we review those on their own merits, and they have their own priority date and their own quantity of water. If a converted water right is added to that same stream, we would manage those separately like we would any other water right. So wanted to And that's been our past practice around in-stream water rights as well. So just wanted to clarify on that issue. I'll pause and see if there are any questions on this before we move to the next slide.
Tom, sorry, I want to make sure I understand that last description. If we had a 2 CFS water right that was converted from a hydro right with a 2002 priority date, and we also have a 25 CFS already established in stream water right in the same reach with a 95 priority date, they would be managed separately. The full amounts of them with their priority dates would be managed separately.
Chair Reeves, that's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next slide. So high level overview, there's a lot of material here. You've had some time to look at this report, a couple of instances with commission meetings, and you've had some additional time with staff individually to talk through these issues. What we are proposing is that the commission adopt the proposed rules for Chapter 690, Division 54 as contained in Attachment 1 of Agenda Item G. And but your options are to choose that option or to modify as proposed in Alternative 2, or to ask us to do some additional work and come back at a later date. So with that, I'll see if there are any questions and let the commission go through its deliberations.
I do not see questions on the screen. Can we take the screen sharing down? Thank you. Perfect. So do commissioners have any questions or comments beyond what we've already talked about? Yes, Commissioner Lee.
I just want to acknowledge that I was involved in the past in some of the work groups, but not the last one. So I want to be on the record for that.
Thank you. Does not look like we have other questions or comments from commissioners. In which case I would entertain a motion if one is out there. No motion. All
Chair
right.
Reeves, I would make a motion to accept Alternative 1 as presented in the packet.
Thank you.
I would second that.
All right, so we have Commissioner Wolf moving to adopt follow Alternative 1 and adopt the rules as attached in the staff report, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Do we have any further comment before we vote? Okay, Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reeves votes yes. So the motion carries. The rules are adopted. Thank you, Tom. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thanks to staff for all their hard work on this.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
a complicated issue.
Don't let me overlook. They weren't speaking today, but thank you to all the staff that worked on this. I appreciate it.
And for years and years of hard work.
Exactly. Yes. Okay, our next agenda item is agenda item H. It's groundwater allocation project update. And we have for this Doug Woodcock and Ivan Gall and Justin Iverson presenting.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, this is Ivan Gall. I'm Division Administrator for our Field Services Division. Chair Reeves, members of the commission, pleasure to be here again with you. Today, I'm going to be presenting an update on our groundwater allocation modernization process. and the progress there. This is a presentation that builds on information from several prior meetings. During those meetings, we discussed topics of the history of groundwater allocation here in Oregon. Groundwater section presented information on areas of groundwater concern. I think you may recall a complex map there. And also a presentation on groundwater hydraulics, where we spent a fair amount of time talking about the hydraulics and hydrology of wells that are hydraulically connected to streams and some of the impacts from those pumping wells. Let's get the presentation up here. Nirvana, if we can, please. Next slide. As part of those discussions, the commission went ahead and directed the department to develop a groundwater allocation process and policy that's more sustainable and more protective of senior water rights that are out there, both surface water and groundwater. Next slide, please. So I'll take a brief moment here to kind of introduce what we've been doing. We formed a groundwater allocation team within the agency here. There's a number of staff, managers, and administrators that have contributed to that. That team includes 3 hydrogeologists from our groundwater section, representatives from the field services division and our water rights division, representative from the surface water hydrology section, and then also from the director's office. Also very pleased to announce that we'll be being joined by Annette Liba, who is going to be or is our new administrator for our technical services division here in the agency. Next slide, please. So the issues around groundwater allocation are fairly complex. This groundwater allocation team has worked to distill that down into manageable pieces. The approach we're taking is to look at the groundwater availability aspect of that as a first issue there. We want to get an approach that's simple and transparent, but still results in more sustainable and protective allocation processes there. Part of that is using 3 sets of data to look at groundwater availability. The first is our water availability reporting system. The second is these groundwater areas of concern that have been presented on in the past. And then the third is the surface water regulation history that a number of the field staff are engaged in each season across the state. Next slide, please. So of these 3 data sets, staff are continuing to evaluate the water availability reporting system for any reporting limitations, things like which parts of the state haven't had water availability generated yet. The team is working to gain a broader understanding of these groundwater areas of concern. And the team is also working towards a more detailed understanding of the surface water regulatory history. So we've been working with the water masters and assistant water masters around the state to gather more detailed information there that we'll be able to present in the future. Again, with this approach, we're hoping, or it will result in a more sustainable allocation process that's going to be more protective of the senior rights. A preliminary overlay of these 3 data sets does suggest that there's little groundwater remaining for new allocations. We're going to be working to get more technical and public input on this proposed approach, though, and we'll talk about that here a little bit later. Next slide, please. So at the last meeting, staff heard the commission direction to be fairly conservative in parts of the state where there's inadequate data to determine if the resource is over appropriated. So right now, staff are exploring a process to prevent permit issuance unless we can make a finding that water is available. This process is going to be consistent with current rules and statute until new rules are adopted in 2023. Next slide, please. So touch here on our communication strategy that we've started to generate here. The proposed strategy is to hold a series of facilitated workshops. So we started to research what facilitators are available and would be appropriate to use for this type of work around the state. We want to have these workshops open to everybody in the state, but we'll be specifically inviting experts in hydrogeology. This will include folks from the consulting world, universities, and some of our colleagues at the U.S. Geological Survey. We want to be able to present the issues and listen to feedback and ideas from the public at these meetings. Materials will probably or likely be presented ahead of time to folks that will be attending. So when they show up, they'll be prepared for discussion and for any questions that they may have there. Next slide, please. One of the entities that will be involved is going to be our Groundwater Advisory Committee. I think many of you are familiar with the Groundwater Advisory Committee, but I thought I'd touch on it again here just for completeness sake. GWAC is a 9-member committee that's appointed by the Water Resources Commission. You've had Justin in front of you usually once each year, either looking to get new people appointed to the committee or have their terms extended by an additional 3 years. GWAC is available to assist the commission with issues related to groundwater, and that includes providing input and feedback on things like rules, as well as licensing of drillers. GWAC, of course, is also responsible for reviewing the Start Card Fund expenditures, and they do that on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So wanted to provide a short summary of next steps. We'll be working to generate a contract with a facilitation group to help us with this outreach process. We hope to do some workshops in July and August of this summer. Following that effort, there will be an opportunity for us to start developing rules and pulling together a rule advisory committee over the course of this fall. I'm sure there will be a number of meetings with the rule advisory committee. And then we'd be targeting proposed adoption of any rule modifications for sometime early in 2023. And then next slide is the last one. Yeah, so I wanted to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ivan. Let's see if we see any. Yes, Commissioner Wolf.
Yes, Ivan, did I see that correctly on one of those slides that it said current rules were going to be applied until this procedure got finalized?
Yeah, we're obligated, Chair Reeves and Commissioner Wolf, we're obligated to obviously work within our existing statutory and rule framework. So staff are looking for some flexibility within that framework in an interim basis to try and look at groundwater applications, if we get any in, where the groundwater section is unable to make a positive finding that water is available, or there's inadequate data to say that the system isn't over appropriated, such that we can stop issuance of that permit until additional information is available.
Okay, yeah, that was just a little concerning because it would seem that the existing rules are why we're in some of the situations that we're in. So thank you.
Yes, following up on that, Ivan, one of the slides, I thought you said we were that you would be exploring what can be done in the interim about the conservative approach. I didn't write down what was on there, but I would be in favor of exploring what can be done in the interim. I guess I'll just put it out there, because especially, we were aiming for 2022 adoption, recognizing that that's very ambitious. But, the timeline has slipped a little bit into 2023. And so I'd personally be interested in exploring what can be done without waiting for the full-on rulemaking.
Chair Reeves, I hear you on that, and a number of us are working as quickly as possible to get us to that place.
Okay, thank you. Do any other commissioners have any other comments, questions?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've got it, more of a curiosity thing, but when you've overlaid your 3 different data sets, what kind of things stood out to you when you were looking at that?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Kahara, what stood out to me is that when you overlay the current surface water availability system there, and then the groundwater area of concerns map that's been presented in the past, and then more broadly, the surface water regulation that occurs across the state by water master staff each year. There are very few places in Oregon remaining where there's surface water available, if you will, for a full 12 months out of the year. And so again, staff are working to refine the surface water regulation data. We have our field activities database, but that really wasn't designed to capture specifically what we're looking at here. And so we've put together a survey for water masters. We've got responses back from all of them. And my staff are working with Justin Iverson's staff to generate a GIS coverage or layer of where does this surface water occur, in which basins and subbasins, and rounding to the nearest decade, what are the priority dates to which that occurs across the state. And so as an example, there are many parts in Eastern Oregon where we regulate back to the late 1800s. The Klamath Basin is another example there. And then west of the Cascades, in Northwest Oregon, there's a lot of protection for in-stream water rights that take us back into the 60s and 70s as an example. Southwest Oregon, there are some subbasins there that go back into the 1800s as well. And so we'd like to get that into a good shape to share with the commission, but also to use as a screening tool for water that to come up with the finding that water is available for wells that are hydraulically connected to these surface water systems.
Thank you. I find that level of science and thinking very interesting. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Doug.
Yes, Chair Reeves, I would just like to add in, and again, Doug Woodcock, Deputy Director with the department. I would just like to add a little more context for the comment about very few areas with water available 12 months out of the year. So why are we looking at 12 months out of the year? And the reason there is that, recall from our previous presentations, that when you develop groundwater, initially it comes out of storage. And then as time goes on with that pumping, eventually that cone of depression expands out, and the water that's supplying that well is either water that would have become surface water or is surface water that it is pirating essentially. And so when you turn that well off, it takes a while for that to recover fully. So there is an extended period of interference with surface water over time. And so you may only use water for 6 months out of the year, but your impact is spread out across the year. And so what we are looking at right now is just when you take all of these pieces of the puzzle together, the water availability and the surface water regulation and the areas of concern, and you lay them on top of each other, as Ivan was saying, there are just a few places where there's 12 months of water available out of the year. There are many other areas where there are less months available, but there are a few months available. So part of the wrestling match that we're going to have going forward to meet the goals of being more sustainable and being more protective of senior users, we're going to have to figure out, where is that line that we draw? Is it, you must have 12 months of water available to receive a new water right? Or is it, there must be 9 months of water available, understanding it's a policy decision that 3 months out of the year when there's no water available, we're going to continue to chip away at those waters with this new allocation. So we have some very, very interesting policy discussions ahead of us.
Mhm. I just want to say that I really appreciate the rigor with which you staff have gone after this question and the speed. And I encourage you to keep it up. And like I said, to explore options for being protective of senior water rights in the meantime, in the interim, if that's possible for us. We have a request for public comment on this item. Let's take that now, and then if we have any further conversation, we could do that. This is Lisa Brown from Water Watch. Oh, yeah. Lisa, there you are. Good.
All right, good. Chair Reeves, members of the commission, for the record, Lisa Brown with Water Watch of Oregon. And we want to really thank the commission and the agency staff for working on this critically important issue of modernizing groundwater allocation. We are supportive of the approach outlined in the staff report and encouraged by the discussion here this afternoon. And we would also just emphasize the importance of an immediate implementation of the default to no approach on the new groundwater applications. I want to address just 3 points, and feel free to jump in with questions. I think I'll be able to see them. First, as detailed in written comments, we think the statute and the rules really require a default to no approach. That is, when the department can't affirmatively find that water is available for a new groundwater permit, the application should be denied. We're still seeing those default to yes issuances of new groundwater applications coming through the system. Given the way that the statute and the rules read and just the extensive damage caused across the state by the default to yes approach, we would just urge the commission to direct the department to start implementing the default to no. And I want to highlight that, in asking this, we don't think there's any new sort of process required to do this. We think that's what the rules in the statute require. And I'd also note that, so it wouldn't slow down the more global effort outlined in the staff report. I'd also note that, there would be multiple effective ways to provide notice that default to no would be applied to new or, groundwater permit applications. And to be clear, we support the more global approach outlined in the staff report. I would echo Chair Reeves. I mean, it's impressive, the rigor and the work that's gone into that, and we're super thrilled to see that. But implementing default to no, while it's not the complete solution, it's a critically important step to take now while this longer process is undertaken. The second point I would make is, I think, there are some other rules outside of water availability, in particular, the commonly referred to race to the bottom rule at OAR 690-008-0001-8C, which is a rule that the department interprets to require a well owner to drill to the bottom of the aquifer before injury can be found. And, requiring well owners, including domestic well owners, to drill to the bottom of the aquifer, I think it's unlawful. It's inconsistent with the requirement that we maintain reasonably stable groundwater levels. And it creates an unsustainable problem, I think, for well owners, senior water rights holders, and the environment alike. So we hope that addressing that rule and other problematic rules will be part of the upcoming groundwater modernization work. And third, I would just continue to urge a prompt timeline. I like the timeline in the staff report, but I think it's critical to really keep this moving at a fast rate. And I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And thank you for your time and your service on the commission.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions from commissioners? I actually have a question for Doug and Ivan based on something that Lisa just said. The race to the bottom aspect, is there any thought about including that? I mean, yeah, please, Doug.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Reeves. That is one of the many complex issues that we have identified moving forward. So Lisa, thank you for raising that. It's on our list. When we sat down at our very first meeting and talked through as a groundwater allocation team, all of the things that lie before us in modernization, we asked ourselves, do we approach this as a group? Because there's a tie, there's a link between each of these things, but they're all a little bit different. Or do we try to be more strategic and take them one at a time? And we really felt as a group that we need to stage this and focus on each one of these and see that across the finish line and then tackle the next one. There may be some opportunities where we can couple some things and move forward, but it is a very, very large undertaking when you look at, all of the issues that lie before us. So yes, that's on our radar. I'm not anticipating that specific issue is going to be in this first round of rulemaking. We're really focusing on the groundwater allocation piece right now and getting that under control. And then we will be taking on some of these other items. And I just want to comment on one other item, and that is the ambitious timeline, the schedule that we have laid out. It is very ambitious. Some of it is out of our control, but we have intentionally kept it short to keep our feet to the fire because we want to continue to make progress on this. So we will do our best to meet the schedule that we have laid out for you.
Thank you. And we'll do our best to try to keep your feet to the fire. Easy for us to do. We're not the ones doing the work, but we really do appreciate, I appreciate that. And I see the ups and the balancing act, how much you put into this rulemaking as opposed to taking on allocation and doing it stepwise. I'm very focused on getting the allocation, personally, getting the allocation aspect dealt with. I would really love to see the race to the bottom aspect dealt with as well. So we'll keep plugging along. Do we have any other questions, comments, concerns? All right. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Ivan and Doug, for your continued work on this. And we have a break. Let's see, what time is it? So we're a little early here. Could we break until 2:15 and then start the Lower John Day, or is that not? We have guests coming on that panel, so that might not work. Maybe we should just leave the schedule that we had, which would be to start that agenda item at 2:30.
Chair Reeves, perhaps we can
Yes.
check with Kim or Steve to see what they would advise on that.
Okay.
Chair Reeves, I'm not seeing the presenters on yet. And in this break, we can try to connect with them. We had advised that they arrive a little bit early, anticipating that sometimes the commission can get ahead of the agenda, but they haven't. I'm not sure.
They're not on yet. Well, I guess we also have the Harney Basin. Oh, that study that's in the staff. I don't know. I'm not sure how to, how to get everybody back if it turns out that they do come in time. So I think we should stick with the schedule we laid out and start that agenda item at 2:30. So we have a half hour. Ooh. I'll see you in a half an hour. Thanks, everyone.
So Commissioner Reeves, I just
Yeah.
want to share with you, I have a DLCD meeting at 4:30, so I may have to
Oh,
leave
okay.
just before it's over. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, back at 2:30. All right, it's 2:30. Time to reconvene. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay, thank you. So we have folks who will, for on the state recognition of the Lower John Day Place-Based Partnerships Integrated Water Resources Plan. And maybe I should let you presenters introduce yourselves. Welcome to all of you. We're happy to have you here, and take it away, whoever's starting off.
Okay, Chair Reeves, I'll set the table here for our presenters.
Okay.
For the record, my name is Steve Perret. I'm a planning coordinator with Water Resources Department. With me here today is Kim Fritz Ogren, the manager of the Planning, Collaboration, and Investments section. And we have Herb Winters and Debbie Bunch, who are the conveners of the partnership and will be presenting. But first, I'll make a statement here. Chair Reeves and Commissioners, a statewide integrated water resources strategy adopted in 2012 recommended that the department develop a framework for and undertake place-based integrated water resources planning. In 2015, the department published draft guidelines for place-based planning, and the legislature provided authority within Senate Bill 266 for a pilot phase of place-based planning. Following a competitive application process, the Lower John Day Place-Based Partnership was one of 4 places selected to pilot this place-based planning effort. From 2016 to 2021, the partnership worked through a 5-step planning process, and in December of 2021, submitted its draft plan for formal review by a state interagency plan review team. This plan review team consists of staff from the department, from Water Resources Department, from our sister agencies, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Department of Agriculture, and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. The department is very grateful for the service provided by our sister agencies and the members of the plan review team. As you can see, we were reviewing 2 of these plans simultaneously, which put quite a lot of stress on the members, and they willingly participated and were very helpful. The plan review team was tasked with determining whether the draft plan demonstrates that the partnership followed the draft planning guidelines and is consistent with the principles of the statewide integrated water resource strategy. The plan review team used the Planning Step 5 draft guidance as a review tool and identified strengths of the draft plan, considerations for implementation, and some required improvements to the draft plan. The partnership worked with the plan review team to incorporate the required improvements into the final plan, which the partnership adopted by consensus in May of 2022. Since the final plan is consistent with the draft planning guidelines and principles of the statewide integrated water resource strategy, Director Byler, on behalf of the plan review team, recommends that the commission provide state recognition of the partnership's final plan. This recommendation is alternative 1 in the staff report. In its decision, the commission should consider its reading of the final plan, the partnership's presentation today, the plan review team's recommendation, and any public comments you might receive. Now I am very happy to introduce the conveners of the Lower John Day Place-Based Partnership, Herb Winters and Debbie Bunch.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. My name is Herb Winters, for the record, and I am the District Manager of the Gillon County Soil and Water Conservation District and the co-convener of the Lower John Day Working Group. I've been with the group since the beginning of the process, and I'm happy to be here today with you all this afternoon.
Chair Reeves and Commissioners, for the record, my name is Debbie Bunch. I am the Executive Director of the Mid-John Day Watershed Council and co-convener for the Lower John Day Work Group. I've also been involved with this process from the beginning, and I'm also delighted to present this final plan to you today. I'd also like.
We lost internet connection.
Uh-oh. Well, I can see myself. Can you guys still hear me? Okay. Herb lost internet connection, who's sitting right across the table from me. You know, nothing like technology to keep us on our toes. So the Lower John Day Work Group would not have been able to embark on this robust 6-year journey without the assistance of many partners. So we thank the commission today for your support and funding, the Oregon Water Resources Department, including Steve and many other staff members for their support, the agency review team for their support and key comments on our final plan, and also the Ford Family Foundation for their support and funding of our learning partnership. And then also all of our planning group members who we could not have gotten here without the work of every single one of them.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Can everyone see my screen and hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. Wonderful. Okay, so just for the record, Herb Winners, I wanted to outline our presentation real quick before we get started. Speak about our place, our need. Debbie's going to speak about our strategies and our plan, and I will talk about next steps and implementation. We'll get started. So here's our planning area, Lower John Day. The Lower John Day Basin planning area encompasses all of the John Day River Basin downstream of the confluence of Upper and North Fork John Day Rivers. It is approximately 3,200 square miles. Our group was officially funded on the 25th of February in 2016. Our initial outreach to form the group was based on the suggested stakeholder list from place-based planning guidelines. And over time, we were able to get everybody that we needed to the table to begin the planning process. And with that, we believe we have a great diversity of membership, and we had a collaborative and integrated public process. Here on the right is a photo from a meeting at the Cottonwood State Park on the John Day River in Sherman County. A part of our public process was making sure that our meetings were consistently scheduled, same day of the month, and same time, so everyone, if they could make it, would be at our meetings. So with that, we use the diversity of input methods, where electronic email listserv to get the word out, hard copy documents in local areas, social media promotion, our local advertisements in the newspaper. And then we were meeting in person pre-pandemic and then had to shift to Zoom calls like everyone else did. And one of the complications we had during the planning process was getting our local landowners to our meetings. We're holding our meetings from 10 to 2, and everyone was busy and couldn't make it. And to adapt to that, we started going to our landowners when they were holding a meeting in the evening, say it's an NRCS work group or maybe SWCD annual dinner, and making presentations and making everyone aware, and also presenting to our county courts, local city councils, to make sure that the public was aware of what was going on. We'll talk about the John Day River. The map here is the entire basin. It is about approximately 8,100 square miles. And you can see our planning area there in the red. The John Day River originates in the Strawberry Mountains and discharges into the Columbia River. It is fed by 981 miles of stream as it flows uninterrupted through the basin. I'd like to talk about our communities in the planning area real quick. Have small communities from 700 to 200, 300 people in each town. These are just some of them in the planning area: Morrow and Grass Valley and Sherman County, and Condon and Lone Rock and Gillum, Fossil, Mitchell, and Spray in Wheeler. Here's our water availability basins. This is how most of our plan was prioritized or analyzed with these watersheds that were created by the Water Resources Department. There are 33 sub-basins within the planning area, and this is really the scope of our planning effort. Talk a little bit about land ownership and land use in the area. Mostly private landowners ownership in the red there, and then some federal ownership. You can see the BLM in yellow, mostly along the John Day River corridor, and then in the national forest with the green higher up in elevation. The basin is 20% forested, a little over half of rangeland, and 25% of it is agriculture, the very little being urban. A little bit of looking about where the water is coming from in our basin. We recognize that a majority of the water coming into the planning area is coming from the upper basin, but we wanted to do an analysis of the WABs, or the watersheds that are tributaries to our lower basin planning area. And most of the water is coming from these WABs, these 6 WABs on the map on the right, which is Upper Rock, 30 Mile, Butte, Bridge, Bear Creeks. So how much summer stream flow are we getting when water is in the highest demand? The map on the right has all the WABs that they actually make up 60% of all late summer natural surface outflow. About groundwater here, this is groundwater production analysis for the planning area, where Grass Valley Canyon, Scott Canyon, and Rock Creek WABs, they have pumping rates significantly greater than their estimated groundwater production rates. This suggests that at current rates, pumping may cause groundwater elevation declines or surface water disconnection. And these are just some of the WABs: Lower Rock Creek, Grass Valley, Hay Creek, and Butte Creek WABs. So some points of diversion. This is the map on the right is basically a density map, how many points of diversion are in each WAB. Looking at Upper Rock Creek, 30 Mile, Butte, and Bridge Creek. And then significant points of diversion along the John Day River corridor itself with those WABs. Water quality. So this is data from DEQ. It lists all of the impairments identified in the lower John Day. A couple highlighted here with the temperature, sedimentation, dissolved oxygen. Just really would like to emphasize that temperature is really our most significant water quality impairment in the lower John Day. So that is a quick look at our place. I'm going to dive into our need. So our current and future water needs, as you all know, the goal of the current future water needs report is to understand the totality of uses to the extent practical. So we just want to talk about some of the other needs. So with fish and wildlife, we are concerned about all the fish and wildlife in our planning area. There is a focus on summer steelhead with their ESA listed as threatened. This is just on the right, a steelhead presence and a use map looking at spawning, rearing, migration streams. The population is at moderate risk because of current abundance, productivity. Low flows are really a significant issue leading to serious steelhead population declines. And again, the temperature issues in the basin are really a concern as well for this species, all fish species. Looking at recreation, recreation is an integral part of the lower basin economy of hunting, fishing, fossil hunting, scenic viewing, on all the BLM forested lands. This is a graph on the right showing a flow at Service Creek along the John Day River, hydrograph, and you can see there's also different types of watercraft listed, and the lines going across there below 1,000. Those are really the minimum flows for, say, using a drift boat or inflatable rafts. And so with the John Day starting in August, moving to September and October, it really gets so dry, so low flows that it makes it very difficult to enjoy the John Day River. Agriculture. The agriculture in the lower John Day is crop irrigation, mainly for hay, and then livestock watering is also another agricultural use of the resource. As far as other agriculture in the planning area, 135 acres of small grain crops. This is primarily dry land, soft white wheat on the Columbia Plateau, and 12,000 acres approximately of hay and pasture, and the rest is 150 of fallow or idle cropland. This is typically the kind of a grasslands rental program through the USDA called Conservation Reserve, the Conservation Reserve Program, which we think has significant, it has helped significantly with sediment inputs into the lower John Day. A little bit more on agriculture. This is analysis that the work group did looking at paper water rights and then evapotranspiration calculations. With the calculations for the basin, this amounted to 49,000 acre feet a year with those remote sensing calculations, and this compares to 90,000 acre feet a year of papered water rights in the basin. Municipal, domestic, and industrial. As far as our planning area goes, not a lot of industry, mostly agricultural, recreational based. We do have some semi or self-supplied commercial users. Looking at demand for municipal, for our communities, we don't expect any major increase in demand on a water supply, looking at the map through 2050. But working with our communities, we heard time and time again that the small communities infrastructure is in really needs some help, and they need help. And we're hoping through this plan we can assist them with some of that. Just a little bit more on domestic. We just looked at, this is another density map for WOBs. I look at the higher density maps, I'm sorry, for domestic wells. You see in Grass Valley, Lower Upper Rock Creek, Butte, Taylor, and Bridge. Coincidentally, these are watersheds where these small communities reside. Looking at climate change, this is a Norwest model predicting a reduction of habitat suitable for cold water fisheries by 60% by 2099. So this is a pretty scary outlook, looking especially at fisheries. But I guess a little bit of silver lining, there are some WOBs that have the greatest amount of suitable stream miles under future conditions. It's looking at the Upper Rock Creek, Butte Creek, Pine Creek, and the Bridge Creek watershed. So looking at the hydrograph for the John Day and how it is expected to change under our changing climate, looking at earlier peak flow in the spring, higher winter flows also with more precipitation as rain rather than snow in the winter. And if you'll remember the boating hydrograph we looked at, it's going to, if this model is correct, it's going to become significantly more difficult to recreate on the John Day River under future climate conditions. So our group worked through 19 critical issues of what we came up with. For each critical issue, we had a problem statement, a goal, and then came up with strategies to address each issue. The work group, we also ranked the issues with the dot voting exercise to see how all the stakeholders felt about each issue. So just wanted to look at the top 5 critical water issues that the group came up with. And is poor riparian habitat, elevated summer stream temperatures with low oxygen, insufficient in-stream flow, storage needs, and degraded native plant communities or upland plant community health. And just this is only 5 of the 19, maybe a couple other ones I might mention, more related to data. Inadequate gauge data came in as ranked number 7. Number 9 was a lack of data on conditions of groundwater aquifers and interactions between groundwater and surface water. Just a few other examples. This is a Jason Davies word cloud. We ran all of the critical issue language to create a word cloud. And basically, these are all the words in the language of the critical issues, and the larger the word is, the more prevalent it was in the analysis. So we just thought this was an interesting visual. It seems not very positive, but we are talking about our critical issues in our watershed and our planning area.
Thank you, Herb. For the record, I'm Debbie Bunch. The Lower John Day Working Group used several methods to gather strategies and ideas that would address the 19 critical issues. The bulk of these suggestions came from work group members, but we also used surveys and public meetings to hear from the public. The work group refined that large list by condensing similar suggestions and then evaluated each against the 7 guiding principles identified by Oregon Water Resources Department and resulting in 46 recommended strategies. The work group looked at the 46 strategies from several different perspectives, such as how they connected to each critical issue, whether they were riparian, upland, municipal-based, or if they were addressing a data gap, and what expertise or funding might be needed. The crosswalk table shown is one of those perspectives and is meant to show how each strategy addresses a resource category or need and how they relate to funding opportunities. The work group used the water availability basins delineated by the Oregon Water Resources Department to prioritize smaller areas for restoration work. WABs were evaluated by looking at critical issues and how each WAB is ranked in multiple resource plans, including the Mid-Columbia Steelhead Recovery Plan and the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation John Day River Watershed Restoration Strategy. The map on the right represents the highest priority WABs based on all critical issues. And we ended up with 3 different tiers. So the green is the highest tier, the highest priority WABs. With the planning process wrapping up, we're now looking forward to implementation. The Lower John Day Work Group's implementation strategy is divided into 3 phases with differing levels of work being initiated. The strategic action plan is Appendix C in the final report. And it gives detailed information on the critical issues being addressed. So you can see across the top, each of the columns has a different heading. So each critical issue has the priority WOBs, which strategies we want to employ for each critical issue, funding opportunities, who in the planning group will be the team lead, what the timeline is for addressing those strategies, which phase that's in, where we are status-wise, and also some monitoring metrics, whether that's implementation or effectiveness monitoring. And also the final column is just general notes, something that we want others to know about or be aware of when we're looking to implement these strategies. We do have 2 short videos of 2 of our Lower John Day work group members to show you today. The first is Brian Poswitz from Water Watch of Oregon.
Can you tell us who you are and who you represent?
Sure, I'm Brian Posowitz, and I participated in the Lower John Day place-based planning on behalf of Water Watch of Oregon.
Great. Can you tell me a little bit about how you felt working with the ranching community as a representative of Water Watch?
Well, I think initially getting into it 4 or 5 years ago, whatever it was, I probably had a little bit of trepidation about how well we would be received, given that we're often on different sides of the same issue. I think as things went along, it became very comfortable. It was really good getting to know all of the people working in the collaborative process. And I felt like the relationships were all in general pretty good.
Great, I'm glad to hear that. Do you feel like the strategies that the work group developed once enacted will improve conditions for fish and wildlife?
I do believe that many of the strategies that were adopted in the place-based plan, assuming that they're implemented, will help conditions for fish and wildlife. Yes, definitely.
Great. How do you think the local community will embrace the plan?
Well, the local community was part of the planning, so the participants in the planning process, including the participants who voted for the plan, have obviously embraced the plan well. I'm certainly hopeful that the rest of the local community will also embrace the plan in a positive way and see that it has strategies in there that we hope will serve all of the different interests in the basin.
Okay. Would you say that there was general agreement with the work group?
Yeah, we had, I guess the official rule of the collaborative is that we needed to have at least 90% of the participating organizations vote for something in order to carry it forward. We actually never had to test that. There was never a vote in which there was any dissent. I think everything was done in a collaborative way and pretty much by consensus, which is not to say there wasn't a little bit of give and take. I think there was, but at the end of the day, I think everything in the plan was something that everybody in the collaborative agreed to.
Great. And what would you say were the hard issues or the sticky issues that the group grappled with?
I felt like there really wasn't too much of that. I think there was general agreement around what the problems were in the basin and what problems we were trying to solve. There may have been a couple of strategies that were supported more by some groups than other groups, but I wouldn't say that got particularly sticky. I would say the biggest challenge of the process was just trying to get through it all, just trying to generate the different reports that we were required to produce as part of the process.
Do you think that the strategies once enacted, will improve water and flow conditions that help both in and out of stream dams?
Yes, for sure. Assuming that the strategies are implemented, I think they will definitely help in-stream uses within the watershed as well as out-of-stream uses within the watershed. For example, one of our strategies is simply to increase stream flow. I think that would obviously be good for fish and wildlife. Another of our strategies is to try to implement more conservation measures within the basin in terms of out-of-stream water use, find ways to use that water more efficiently, and to use the Conserved Water Act, which would allow the water right holders to irrigate additional lands while also providing some benefits for in-stream flows.
Great. What are your thoughts on the cities and getting them involved with implementation? Do you think that there's a way to engage the cities or that they'll get involved with implementation?
Well, I think a couple of things that we recognized in the plan. One of them is that our prediction as a group was that the population wasn't going to grow a whole lot in the near future. And so in terms of just the sheer quantity of water that would be necessary for municipal use, we didn't see that as a big driver of the water needs in the basin. I think what we did identify, which is outlined in the plan, were that some of these cities have some significant infrastructure needs. And I think our hope in implementing the plan would be to help them with those needs. And that by having identified those in the plan, that should help us get funding to meet some of those needs. And I think having the collaborative assisting with finding that funding would be helpful to the cities in the area. And I would hope that they would be happy for that additional support and embrace the plan along with the rest of us.
Great. And then finally, what's your hope for the basin? Your big hope.
Yeah, I mean, my big hope is that we solve some of the in-stream flow needs within the basin, that we solve some of the needs we identified in terms of making the basin more habitable for fish and for wildlife. And for example, we identified problems with low levels of in-stream flow. My hope is that we make significant improvements on that. We identified a problem with the water temperature being too high. My hope is that working together, we can help to address that problem to make both the quantity of water and the quality of water in the basin better for fish and wildlife. And my hope is that we can also, along with doing that, help to address the water needs of other users within the basin, agricultural users, as well as users of water for domestic and municipal purposes.
Thanks, Brian. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we close?
Nothing I can think of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our second video is Rita Rattray from the Gillum County Cattlemen's Association.
All right, first I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us to do this. But let's start first with what is your name and who did you represent in this process?
My name is Rita Rattray and I represent the Gillum County Cattlemen, as well as the landowners and the recreation people of Gillum County.
How did it work for you to work so closely with the natural resource community?
It was very welcoming to me to do this. I thought this was a short-term assignment that turned out to be a 6-year assignment. But I think in that time, we learned the feelings of all the different participants and the different aspects they have on this area and the need, which was good. Sometimes our personal things conflicted with each other. It wasn't always easy, but everybody was very good to sit and listen to the other person's perspectives, and I appreciated that.
Well, that's perfect, because our next question was there general agreement was inside the work group?
There was consensus, and that was important. We had decided that was the way we were going to do it at the beginning, and I can't remember of anything where we could not come to consensus.
Do you feel like the strategies, once enacted, will help the ranching community?
My greatest fear is that this is going to be one of those documents that gets set on the shelf. And I do not want that to happen, because it's a valuable resource for everyone. Both the city, the county governments, the natural resources agencies, the schools. I just see this document as helping everybody.
Do you feel, or do you think the strategies will improve water and flow conditions that both in and out of stream demand groups need?
That would be the great hope. I'm not so sure that all of our expectations can be reached in ever. But I think as long as we strive for that, people will work towards it and become more aware of what each of us can do to help.
What was some of the hard stuff or the more sticky issues the group faced?
Being from the livestock industry, that's always going to be sometimes a conflicting interest in some of the other groups. And making each of us understand the feelings of each of those groups is very important. And I think we overcame most of that.
And I think probably most importantly, do you think the plan will help?
The plan will help. It is great guidance, especially to the agencies, the NRCS, on where we should be going, because sometimes there's so many problem areas you want to fix it all at once, and we can't do that. We have to take our time and see what's most pressing and who needs to be served at this time.
Well, we truly can't thank you enough for your 6 years of dedication that was supposed to be, short term.
Okay. Right, so Herb Winters for the record. We're going to move on to next steps and implementation. So what we would like to do is continue for our group to meet quarterly to keep working on implementation, adapting with the plan as new information comes to light. We want to work to fill our data gaps. We want to work on some looking at groundwater studies, above ground storage studies. We've also already started looking into adding more agri-met weather stations in the planning area. And we're hoping to use some available ARPA funds to begin some of that work moving forward. I want to continue working with our agricultural producers to help them use their irrigation water more efficiently. We also want to continue to help our small communities with their infrastructure and finding ways to improve that. And finally, I'd just like to wrap up our presentation talking about some of the on-the-ground implementation that's already happening, and can assure Rita that the plan is already not sitting on the shelf. We're using it, and I'd like to share with everyone how we're doing So we are very fortunate to have a few large-scale restoration and initiative funding pools. These are geared towards native fish habitat restoration. The first one I'd like to mention is one through the John Day Basin Partnership that they received an Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board Focus Investment Award. And then with the other one is the Lower John Day Canyons Restoration Initiative. This was an application put in by the Gillum SWCD to NRCS. It's through their Regional Conservation Partnership Program. Real quick on the John Day Basin Partnership, it just covers the whole basin. It was formed in 2014, 28 partners. I mentioned the FIP. Focus is summer steelhead, native fish habitat in general. And that was $12 million awarded in 2019. On the right, on the basin map, you can see that there are two, the Middle Fork and the North Fork priority geographies in the upper basin, and then we have the Butte 30-mile priority in the lower basin. On the right is just the map of that Butte 30-mile priority area. We're hoping this funding goes from 2019 to 2025, hoping since we're one of three geographies that we could get $4 million in here for native habitat restoration. Also, I'd like to note that the Butte 30-mile was one of the tier 1 WABs in our integrated water resource plan. So far, there have been 9 projects in this geographic area, a little over $1 million in restoration. This is process-based restoration, which I'll go in a little deeper on in a few slides. Fish passage and riparian fencing, and this FIP funding pool would really it's going to really address 3 of the critical issues outlined in our plan, and that is the top 3 with riparian habitat, stream temperatures, low oxygen, and in-stream flow. Shifting over to the Lower John Day Canyons Restoration Initiative, this work will take place from 2020 to 2025. We have $3.9 million. It is covers the Butte and 30-mile WABs with the addition of the Ferry Canyon watershed and the Hay Creek watershed. So far, we've had 2 signups, 60 plus contracts, a little over $900,000 in on-ground restoration. This is process-based restoration. Some other uplands practices, spring developments, brush management or juniper removal, cross fencing. So with this initiative, we hope to address 4 out of the top 5 critical issues. The first 3 I mentioned with the previous slide, and with this one, looking at our upland native plant communities with those upland restoration practices I just mentioned. I had mentioned process-based restoration. I just want to dive into it a little bit deeper because we do feel like that it's going to address 3 out of the top 3 critical issues we have. For those of you who are not familiar with it, process-based restoration is kind of a low-tech, low-cost, kind of mimicking either beaver dams or wood debris in channel. It's fairly inexpensive. It's a major strategy for us in the Lower John Day. It's like mentioned, let's just go dive in a little bit more on critical issue number 1, which is poor riparian habitat. And these are just some of the strategies that came out of the same table that Debbie talked about. So protect, enhance, restore native riparian vegetation, reconnect floodplains, beaver dam analogs, beaver restoration, floodplain restoration. Just to give you an example of scale of this work in the lower basin so far, this is either implemented or planned to be implemented by 2024 in the red on the map here on the right. And that is a little over 50 miles of steelhead stream there that we're planning to work on by 2024.
Thank you, Herb. Again, Debbie Bunch for the record. Thank you for your support of this process. It has been a long journey and we really are looking forward to continuing the implementation phase to improve the water resources in the Lower John Day Basin. That concludes our presentation and we welcome any questions you have.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was excellent. It looks like Commissioner Lee has a question.
Yes, just wanted to say good to see you again, Herb, and your partnership group has developed a really strong plan to drive implementation to enhance your basin. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Yeah, this plan seems like it really is dovetailing with the other work that's going on in the basin and kind of getting really beautifully integrated. It's great. I think that's wonderful. Also, did you say that you have, I think you called them, was it task groups or action groups for the next stage that you're going into, the implementation stage? I can't remember what terms you used, but it seemed like you already had people occupying those kind of leadership positions. And I was impressed. As we said, we were talking about this morning, the stamina you people are showing is amazing after all this time working on it and you're still ready to go. So it's great. Commissioner Smitherman?
I guess I'm just going to, thank you, Chair Reeves. I'm going to reiterate how impressed we are with the work that you've done on this plan and how many years of effort that you've put into it. I thought it was really a creative idea when you were trying to get groups together and trying to meet from 10 to 2 and it just wasn't working and you thought outside the box and went to them instead. And so I thought that was very effective and good thinking on your part. I also appreciate your presentation style. I really liked how you had things zooming in and zooming out and the graphs that you included and your maps. It was very clear and I really enjoyed it. And I learned a lot about your area. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I particularly liked our place. I mean, just starting out with our place,
Yes.
that was great. Yeah, and
That's
also
great.
the videos of people who came in probably with pretty different perspectives, and it worked. That's great. Other commissioners with any comments, questions? I do not see any. Well, so we are, this is an action item for us. We're asked to recognize the plan or vote on recognizing the plan. So I would entertain a motion. There's one out there.
I move to officially recognize this plan as outlined in our staff report.
All right, thank you. And we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right. So it's been moved by Commissioner Smitherman and seconded by Commissioner Kihara to approve the John Day Place-Based Partnership, Lower John Day Place-Based Partnerships Integrated Water Resources Plan. Any further discussion before we vote on that? All right, Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara?
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
And Commissioner Reeves votes yes. And the plan is approved. And thank you so much. And there'll be more. There's a lot more happening statewide on the kind of regional planning idea, and so hopefully there'll be more assistance coming down the pike for those of you who are in the implementation stage as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much
Yeah.
for all of your support and for the recognition of the plan.
Great, thank you. Yes, let's do a round of applause. Too bad yeah, it would have been nice to be able to be in person for that round of applause. Okay, so we are scheduled to take a break. I don't know whether, how do you all feel about not having a break? We do have a request for public comment at the end of the day. And so I want that person to be able to comment, but I'm afraid we might finish up earlier than expected. Let's go ahead. Well, you presenters, are all the presenters here and ready for this item for the Harney Basin Groundwater Study Report? Jason, Justin, you're the only, and you're here, I can see you. Okay. What do the other commissioners think? Would you rather take a break or just launch into this last agenda item? Go. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Justin?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
All
Let's
right.
launch.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the Oregon Water Resources Department. And today I am going to be presenting on the Harney Basin groundwater study and wrapping it up. So let me make sure that I get set up here. Okay, so at this point, I think you can see just the intro slide and not the presenter's notes. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Okay, I want to say right up front that I am given this presentation, but I need to give acknowledgements and accolades to all of the technical staff that actually did all the work and put together all the charts and graphs that are included in this presentation. So a lot of folks were involved in this, and they all did an excellent job, and just want to make sure that that I make that clear. Real quick outline of the presentation I'm going to give today. Want to start out and just remind folks where we were at before we conducted this basin-wide study. I'll keep that brief, but want to make sure we're all on the same page. And then the bulk of the study is going to be describing what we knew before and what we know now. So I'm going to really not dive into the study details, if you will. There were links to 2 reports. Like we got enough information that we actually published 2 reports instead of 1 that we were originally planning on. Those were linked in your staff report from the USGS online library. So the details are there. They're both more than 100 pages long, and to go through that would take quite a while. But I just want to give kind of the high points and where we were at and where we are now. And then I'll wrap up with a real single slide summary of the key points and another single slide of where we go from here, which is off into the policy realm. So these first 3 slides are straight from the June 2018 commission meeting. So folks that were around 4 years ago might not remember, but these are pretty much exactly the same. So I want to start out with why are we conducting a groundwater study at all? Back in 2014-15, we had building concern about declining water levels across the basin where we had data. And that led us to adjust the Division 512 rules with a rulemaking in 2016, where we basically put into rule protections for existing groundwater users. We classified groundwater for exempt uses only, stopped issuing new permits. Those rules had a series of pathways for folks with pending applications at the time to move those applications to permits with new caveats and conditions. And then we wrote into the rule, based on interest from basin stakeholders, that we collect more information and refine our understanding of the groundwater system we wrote in that we were going to gather additional information through a basin-wide groundwater basin study, and that we were going to do that in coordination consultation with a local groundwater study advisory committee. And we put together a scope of study. The overall objective was that we wanted to develop a commonly accepted and accurate understanding of the hydrologic system in the basin. And we had kind of further sub-bullet technical objectives to make sure that we gathered up all the existing data that existed in the area. So we had reports from the 30s, maybe earlier, all the way through near present day. And we wanted to make sure that we took all that into account. We wanted to identify areas where we had sparser data and collect new data to better define the system. We wanted to come up with a detailed water budget. And overall, we wanted to develop an improved understanding or conceptual model of the groundwater flow system. So that effort kicked off in 2016. And again, I just want to recognize that we had a number of cooperators on the actual study documents. Of course, staff from WRD, our longstanding partners at the U.S. Geological Survey. We also had, again, local involvement through interaction with the Groundwater Study Advisory Committee. And we worked with also the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries state geologists to do more detailed mapping in some key areas of the basin that all played into the basin study. And it was pretty interesting when we started really focusing on the basin and there was a lot of interest. We generated kind of ancillary interest. So we had a bunch of complementary studies that either informed our reports or provide kind of additional information. And some of those key studies are a partnership between NASA and University of Nevada, Reno to improve remote sensing of evapotranspiration. DEQ conducted a groundwater quality survey while we were conducting the study. The Nature Conservancy contracted a groundwater dependent ecosystem study that overlapped with our basin study. PSU spun off a number of geology theses that mapped in the basin with the support of Dogami and the USGS EdMap program. And those are just the technical complementary studies. There were economic studies done by OSU professors and the USGS, the Basin Collaborative and the county led studies of group domestic supply wells. They looked at voluntary agreements and some examples of those from other states and much more. So there's really been a significant explosion of kind of information generation and building of knowledge in the basin. So with that, I'm going to jump into the what do we know then and what do we know that now. I'm going to do that in these 4 general areas of geologic deposits and their hydraulic properties, quantification of a hydrologic budget, groundwater flow system from recharge areas to discharge, and the response of the groundwater system to development. And overall, the study really provided us with much better quantitative estimates based on a lot more primary data and information, which gives us better spatial detail, better temporal or time series understanding of how things change in time. And so these examples that I'm going to give in these 4 areas are really meant to show that. Again, I want to highlight that I'm not intending to convey any particular details, but to more qualitatively show the improved understanding. And I guess I'll just give you the spoiler up front. I'm really going to be pointing to how we built detail, but the overall understanding remains the same, that the basin as a whole is over allocated. So we didn't find anything to show us that we were incorrect in that assessment that led to the 2015 rule change. So overall, I'm going to show kind of two sets of figures. And on the left-hand side of the screen, I'm going to show our knowledge before the study and kind of where we were at. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, I'm going to give a figure from the study or a series and show where we are now. Again, figures are small. I'm not intending to point to any particular thing, but to give a general feeling. If you take a look at the slides that we'll post to the commission website later, everything should be findable, or findable, is that even a word? You should be able to look up these particular figures and read through the details, look at the legends, look at the text that's wrapped around them, and get the nuances for any particular thing that folks might be interested in going forward. And I can attempt to answer any particular question, though I might have to defer to the principal investigators of the study. So first category, first set of information that we improved was our understanding of geologic deposits in the basin. So when we started, this figure on the left is showing these various shaded polygons are different geologic maps at different scales conducted to differing levels of detail from probably the 1930s through, I don't know, 70s, 80s. So a real, oh, I even see 1990s in there. So a real disparate set of geologic mapping here and there throughout the basin. And one of the first things we did was Dark Boschman, one of our staff members, took all that information and pulled that together into a compilation map where he used all the various mapping and the rock type descriptions that people gave, and he combined that all into a unified system where the legend of all the rock types is the same for the whole basin. And he took the edges of the maps where, you know, maybe, you know, around here where there's older maps and newer maps, and maybe they had different geology types along the boundaries. And he did analysis to understand how to unify those and make this kind of uniform map. So a real help in understanding how the basin works as a whole, to have a common understanding of the rock types. And then we took those rock types and we further grouped those into hydrogeologic units. So rock units that transmit water similarly, that have similar storage properties. And we then took those units and developed statistical distributions of hydraulic properties. And we went from our previous understanding, shown on the left here, that was based on values from about 21 wells that a consultant did, contracted to the Watershed Council, I believe, back in 2012. And we looked at more than 1,000 wells across the basin. You can see that here in all these dots shown on this map for an example. And we summarize those statistically for hydraulic parameters for these various hydrogeologic units. So takeaway there is the 50-fold increase in data points we took to better describe the range of properties for all these units. And then with respect to groundwater flow systems, what we started with, I don't even have a figure for it because we didn't have a figure, but we generally understood that there was more precipitation, more recharge in the uplands, and that came down into the lowlands and recharged that lowland basin. And it's kind of hard to see here, but you know, generally there's the topography you can see is higher here, and there's this basin valley floor. And that is where the agricultural development, the population development, the communities, that's where all the human activity, well, much of the human activity is happening related to water. So that's this lowland area is really what we're concerned with. And we really started to focus there took all the well data we had. We started out with water level measurements in, I think, 23 wells regularly throughout the basin, and this is thousands of square miles. And we improved that to where we were consistently measuring about 213 wells to develop, and then we took all of our information, all of our located wells, to develop a three-dimensional flow field where instead of just saying, well, generally water flows from the uplands to the lowlands, we can plot the groundwater contours. We can really see how flow directions go, and not only in map view, but also this red line is a cross-section line, as an example, where we take a slice through the earth and flip it on its side, and we can see kind of in the vertical dimension how groundwater flows and interacts with the geology. So much better understanding of flow through the basin. And then with respect to hydrologic budget, we started out with this basic block diagram on the left of, a few components of input and output. And by the end of the study, we had a much more detailed water budget conceptual model, a lot more components of inflow and outflow to the groundwater system that we were tracking and quantifying. And also, as we took a look at the system, we realized, well, really, in this area, there's kind of two water budgets we care about. There's an upland water budget of precipitation that's feeding streams, and when those streams then come into the basin, those spread out and they get redistributed by surface water diversions, and we've got some groundwater through flow. But the water budget for the valley lowlands, again, this area that we're concerned about because that's where the human activity dominantly is, that's what we should be focusing on. And so we split out an upland and a lowland water budget. And so we went from this blue bar graph that's probably pretty recognizable to folks at this point, and turned that kind of simple bar water budget into a much more detailed upland budget and lowland budget. And again, we get a lot of precipitation in the uplands, but that goes through short flow paths to streams and springs. And then we see that right back over here in the lowlands, where we've got these streams and floodwaters creating recharge, along with surface water irrigation, diversion, infiltration. There is some groundwater through flow from the upland to the lowland, but that gives us a much better idea. I really like this figure. If I did have, if we did want to talk details, I'd come back here. All these arrows, the blues are inputs, the reds are outputs, and the size of the arrow is proportional to the value, the estimate of the annual flux. So I guess I'll take this opportunity just to show that the blue arrows into the lowlands are fairly small. The red arrows out of the lowlands are fairly big. So that's wherein the issue lies. I will just take one moment just to kind of point out that our lowland recharge comes pretty much evenly from kind of in a 30-30-30 split from stream discharge, or infiltration from streams, infiltration from our surface water diversions, and groundwater through flow. So those are our main sources of recharge. And that's not evenly distributed through the basin in time or space. So another thing that the study allowed us to do was to take a look at the timing of recharge. So this is a plot with Sylvie's River stream flow in this shaded blue, plotted along with various hydrographs. So you can see these spring freshets when the Sylvie's River really ramps up and floods out onto the basin floor, and you can see well water levels responding to that with a rise. The streams recede, the groundwater's held for a while, and then it starts to decrease. In this hydrograph in green, you can see the actual pumping signals of, yeah, we got a recharge event with the floodwater, and then we started pumping that down over time and use that up. In years with less discharge, don't see any bumps, right? So drier years where we don't have big freshet in some areas, we aren't seeing much response in our wells. We aren't seeing much groundwater rise, not so much recharge. So in addition to the temporal detail, there's also spatial detail. So again, those streams are coming out kind of in some major some major streams. So the Sylvies here coming through Burns and Hines and splitting into a distributary system. All this green shading is areas where the streams are recharging the groundwater system, either because of kind of surface water irrigation or it's seasonally flooded from the stream. But we can see that some areas of the basin receive recharge from these distributary streams and some do not, right? Area here shows not a whole lot of recharge. So there's spatial variation, there's temporal variation in how water's routed around through the basin, and that's important details for us to manage the system going forward as effectively as we can. In this category I've called response to development. This again is a clip from a plate in those reports showing groundwater level contour map. So each line, it reads kind of like a topographic map where each line is a consistent groundwater water table elevation, or in this case, it's a potentiometric surface elevation from deep well sets. Again, our wells are plotted as points here, and you can see that in areas of significant development and pumping, we see these concentric circles showing that water tables are going down into what we call cone of depression. So there are some areas that have significant development, some areas less so, and in those areas of significant development, that's where we see our groundwater levels dropping the most. I'll also point out that, as we saw in that last slide, here's again the Sylvies and its distributaries. So we saw a lot of green shading in this area and in this area around Silver Creek, and we saw these dry areas in between. So here we've got kind of the confluence of no surface water or very little surface water infiltration and a lot of pumping. And that's where we see these cones of depression. That's where we're likely to focus our efforts in this next stage. Again, this response to development is different across the basin based on where the recharge is, how much pumping is going on, what the geology is. So in the hydrologic report, we have 8 sections that describe different areas of the Harney Basin and the nuances or the uniqueness of those 8 areas. And so we have a more detailed look at the water table. We have these cross sections that show how the geology looks in the subsurface and how the water table looks in the subsurface. So again, we have these examples of a more detailed look in various areas. That was another outcome of our interaction with the local study advisory committee, and their, in discussions with them saying, well, before we had treated the whole basin as just one big thing, and they said, hey, there's nuances, and we agreed, and we adjusted our report style to address that by putting in these kind of local area description sections. Similarly, I guess I didn't point out, in this picture, we've got all our wells with different colors. These different colors then link into the different colors of water levels on these hydrographs. Again, started out before the study looking at a handful of wells in any given area. And during the study, we really made an effort to go out and field locate all wells for which we had data to plot them together so that any one well here might have a short record and not show too much on its own, but when you plot them all together, they tell a good story. Also, we went out and installed our own wells. We installed them at different depths. That allowed us to understand how the shallow and deep systems work and interact, as well as to allow us to see, in these wells where we have automated recorders taking water level data hourly, how water levels react over time. So again, the theme of more spatial detail, more temporal detail. So key points from the study is that, again, overall, we've got better quantitative estimates for our water budgets, for our hydraulic properties, for almost every component of the system. We have better spatial detail, better temporal understanding. The impacts of development in the basin are not evenly distributed. So some areas of the basin have more acute water level declines than others. However, the ultimate conclusion remains the same, that the basin is over-allocated, and we are likely going to want to focus our future work on the most problematic areas first, while working with the place-based planning group to address the water future of the full basin. And our next step. So we published these studies. They're out only electronically right now. They're working their way through the government printing office to get the hard copies out. But we want to get those printed. We want to get them into the hands of folks out there, and to then take the full study team out there and have another round of public meetings with the full study team. Want to meet with the study advisory committee, have general public meetings, hopefully have a field trip, and really answer people's questions and make sure that we have built that common understanding of the system. We want to continue to work with the study advisory committee and the collaborative to help them identify the strategies they're working on that the study supports as having the greatest likelihood or magnitude of impact for level of effort. And ultimately, we want to, or it's written in rule right now that we will, within a year of the study being published, revisit the Division 512 rules, where we can hopefully take a look at where we want to go from here, use the collaborative's groundwater plan, use the insight of the study advisory committee, and make some updates to Division 512 basin program rules. And lastly, we want to continue to provide technical support for the place-based planning group and the community-led strategy implementations. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. And with that, I am happy to take your questions.
Oops, thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. You have any? I don't see any hands up at this moment. I have a question, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
That last slide, you were talking about making changes to Division 512 to for any strategies that need a rule change. What kind of strategies are we talking about? I'm just not familiar with Division 512, so I don't know what's in there and what category of strategies are you talking about?
So 512 is the basin program rules, right? So that's that's where we say this is the Malheur Lakes Basin, and here is we classify groundwater use right now for exempt uses only. And that's where we have kind of all the path forward from 2016, including the punchline, which is we'll do the study and we'll revisit the rules. So since then, right, the collaborative has been hard at work with their community-based planning project, right? And they have a bunch of strategies for going forward that they're working on finalizing right now, and that you'll, I think, hear about tomorrow in an item. And so, for example, I'll just say, and I've said this to the community for years now, that in some areas in that that area with the real heavy concentric circles that I was showing, that area is called, we call that the Weaver Springs area. They've seen more than 100 feet of decline. There are domestic users and senior groundwater users asking for action. We are likely to recommend going forward with a critical groundwater area designation for that area. And at the same time, the community is interested in exploring voluntary agreements. And so we've got a vision right now going forward of those processes can go forward in parallel, and they're going to inform each other, right? And when we go forward with a critical area designation, we have to form a boundary. And once we get that boundary out there, then the voluntary agreement side of the house says, okay, there's the folks that are going to need to work together to see if we can come up with something similar, right? And we'll go through these processes. But one of the things we're going to have to do is define what is a reasonably stable water level. And I would like to do that in collaboration with these place-based planning groups that have put in years of work to talk about the water situation and what they want to see. And so I hope I'm going to use the right language and not speak out of turn here, but I see that Kim and Tom are both on, but my understanding is like the planning groups, they want to create a community plan, but they aren't, those groups by themselves are not changing, you know, statute and rule, right? But if they have ideas for reasonably stable and we have to define that, we aren't going to go away and define that by ourselves. We're going to seek input from the planning department, and we're going to, you know, that has to end up in rule somehow, and that basin program rule is probably the best place for it. So that's the example I would put forward as to what that might look like. So
yeah, thank you. And this report is out in digital form, not yet, and you have you yet had an opportunity to get into a presentation with the Harney County, people in Harney County about the results?
So we haven't had a detailed, I have given a version of this presentation that I just gave to you to the community end of April. So right when the reports came out, we put together this summary, but we again do plan to get out there with all the scientists and have an open house and talk more about the details of each section of the report, and then allow folks to come up and ask questions and build their understanding.
Okay. Questions, comments from other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Sutherland.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Just real quick, just wanted to say wonderful report. Thank you for all your work, for all of your team's work on putting all that information together. I once again just learned a lot about Harney Basin, that area, and I really appreciate knowing what you've presented today. So thank you for a good report.
I think it looks like we don't have any further comment. We do our questions from commissioners. We have public comment that I think is on this agenda item from Mark Owens, representative and farmer from Harney County. So Rep. Owens, you are there. Good. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. For the record, Mark Owens, Harney County hay farmer and representative of House District 60. I come to you from my house today, which is in the middle of one of those Kona depressions that Justin just showed you on a map. I wear many hats. I'm the co-convener for the water place-based planning. I was the chair for the Groundwater Advisory Committee. I'm in a lot of conversations. So my public comments today, I want to make sure are very clear, are coming from me. They're not coming from any of those groups. Some people will support them and some people won't, but that's important for you to know as we get started. My public comment will be on two of your agenda items. One, the groundwater allocation, and the second one, the one that Justin just talked about. Justin gave a pretty high level and maybe rosy picture of what I've read 2 to 3 different times. So what we knew in 2015, in fact, maybe what we knew in 1968 hasn't changed a lot to what we do know now, where we found that in April. In fact, it might be a little bit worse. So, I mean, we're over allocated by about 110,000 acre feet in the basin. As Justin said, that's not uniformly all around, but that's the number. What is the agricultural use or what is the groundwater use in the basin? It's about 130 to 140,000 acre feet. That's not good. I mean, that's a 4-to-1 ratio or more. So that's tough. That's tough for the community. Justin showed you a map that had some green on it where we talk about recharge. So understand that that recharge that is occurring is minimal. And those are the areas where there's wet meadows. So when the water bifurcates out into the basin, it goes on to the wet meadows that have a great economic, ecological, and social effect for birds and ranchers and everything. And don't quote me, Justin could, but I believe about 17% of the water that goes over those meadows actually makes it to recharge. But if you read in the detail of the report, most of the water we're pumping is paleo water. Of all the samples they took, there was only 2 or 3 that showed some modern water, and some modern water being, the neighborhood of 100 years old. So those green places on the map, ladies and gentlemen, aren't that much recharge. We're out of balance. So the next 4 points, and I'm sorry, Chair Reeves, you can cut me off any time, is how did we get here? What can you do? Where do we go? And how can you help? How do we get here? I dare say that I've probably been given this more thought than anybody else besides a few that work with USGS or Water Resource Department. Honestly, don't know how we got here. There's no one really to blame, but we had the information back in 4 decades ago of what potential a water budget was. And for some reason, we kept over allocating. It came to light because different stakeholders brought it to light, which now I'm thankful they did. When they first did, I was a little frustrated, a little concerned. That blue bar graph that we call it infamous almost that Justin had in the slideshow was, I spoke a lot on that and wondered why did this happen? Well, surely it only happened here. As we look back now, it happened in Umatilla. Maybe it happened in Christmas Valley, that was Kotsun. Maybe it's happened in, Cal Basin, I could butcher that one, in Malheur County. So why is it continuing to happen? The biggest threat to social, ecological, and economic water right now is over appropriation. It is. So I look back, if this is not the first time it's occurred, what are we doing different to keep this from happening again? I'm not sure yet. We look back in 2017 when 89% of groundwater rights that were approved had the determination can't make water available or not. You guys got a couple of presentations from Water Resource Department that are good work talking about, groundwater. 52% of the state doesn't have the information available to make a determination of water is available. 80% in the last decade of groundwater that's been issued is in areas of concern. So I applaud you guys for starting the conversations that you have and the continuation of the conversation you had today. Because how can you help? You guys have more authority than anybody in the whole state of Oregon to make sure we stop repeating Harney basins. Make sure we stop repeating new utility basins. Putting water to beneficial use was a great thing. It's what spurred rural economies. It's what made us good farmers, ranchers. That's what we're supposed to do with water. That's what helps communities. It's a public resource. There probably comes a time and a place when we must slow down. We must understand if water is a public resource, is it still in the public's best interest to continue to allocate water if we cannot make a determination if water is available or not? I say no. And you guys are in this position to have some tough conversations and make some tough calls working with the department. I'm ready to support you there. So that's enough of that one. Let's go. Where do we go now? Where do we go now in Harney Basin? The work has just begun. So there's been a lot of good work and a lot of new things the department's done. They partnered with us since 2016 with the Groundwater Study Advisory Committee to try to build ownership in the work that was done. They came out quarterly with USGS. You guys spent a lot of money trying to build relationships in Harney Basin. And we've taken the first step there. But it's the first step of many that we have to do. Justin and Tom and folks, and hopefully in partnership with the collaborative and me, we'll come back into the community. We'll start talking. We'll make sure there is ownership in that study. That's the first thing. If we can get ownership in the study or understand that's the starting point where we're going to have to make changes, hopefully that'll eliminate a lot of litigation and we can start to move forward. So that's important. Some of my community and some of my farmers still aren't going to trust the study. They're not. They're going to come back and, wow, the department gave me a certificate. I assume there was water there. Now they're saying there's not. They're going to try to restrict this for me. It's going to be tough. As I said, I'm sitting in one of the middle of them. So I'll be involved in those conversations. So what we've done in the past, again, hasn't worked. We haven't got to reasonably stable water levels in Umatilla. We keep trying different things. We're not really figuring out how to handle this. Critical groundwater designation running in parallel with Justin throughout something that said volunteer agreements. That's where I'm really want to try to go. So as the department comes back in the next year or so and sits down with the community, part of that being the collaborative, and we talk about what is reasonably stable, or we talk about what is a goal. What is a goal for this basin? And maybe we can't get to the definition reasonably stable to start, but maybe we all can agree on, we got to start using significantly less water. In some areas more than others. That'd be a good first step. So what do? Well, we probably need to set a short-term, mid-term, and long-term goal. Maybe we need to figure out how to reduce the rate of decline by 30%, 40%. I don't care, throw a number out there. But figure out how we start making progression to what could become reasonably stable. So we work with that with the community. We decide what is a 10-year goal. And the department goes back and they come back into the community and say, hey, work with you guys in the commission. We think that's an acceptable goal. What would we have to do? How much water would we have to shut off in order to meet that goal? And we start some creative thinking on how to do that. We start implementing some of the things that Chair Reeves asked about, deficit irrigation of alfalfa, alternative crops, conservation with efficiencies, different irrigation systems. I can show you where we've saved, 22% of the water we apply through a pivot by just being more efficient. That'll make some big steps. We've worked on conservation reserve enhancement programs, CREP program, where the federal government partners with the state in order to actually dry water up. Because truth of the matter, in some of these areas, we're going to have to dry some water up. There's no other way around it in my mind. So we're going to need really some support for some unique ideas. And those unique ideas are going to come a lot of accountability that we're going to have to figure out collectively. Because it is a public resource. So if we say we're going to reduce X amount every year, we've got to have to figure out how we show that we're doing that. We got to show how we're figuring out how we make steps to our goal. But coming in with a critical groundwater designation drying up 50, 70% by a prior appropriation date, it's not what's best for my community. Folks, I can see several pivots here where, honestly, I can return 60% of my annual income on an alfalfa field with 30% of my water. So why should I have to dry up a whole pivot if I honestly could dry up 60% of my water, keep my infrastructure in, bring a lot more money to my economy, and still dry up enough water? I could grow, triticale on a pivot, where I could grow a full crop for 8 inches of water. So we're going to have to get creative. We're going to need your support to figure out the accountability, how we hold ourselves accountable to the public, and how we try something different. Is what we've done in the past, we're still struggling with. So, Chair Reeves, I've rambled on enough.
No, you have not rambled on. That was very to the point comments, and we appreciate them. I really like the here's what you can do part of what you just said to us. On the last part, can I just ask you, so you're saying generally you're thinking a regulatory approach is not a good first option? I was thinking about the critical groundwater area.
Yeah. So I think it has to run in parallel, honestly. So I mean, if the community in these different areas decide to enter a volunteer agreement, which I hope they do, that we are held accountable. But if something happens, we have to be running a parallel path with a critical groundwater designation so the state can come in and take appropriate actions. I mean, so there has to be a parallel path, like Justin said. Devil's in the details. I mean, maybe we also start implementing permit conditions full force by a certain time. We got to start making progressive direction, Chair Reeves, to less water. Because there's some in my community, as I said, that would rather honestly see a lot of it dried up a lot quicker than maybe myself. So somewhere in the middle is their balance, but it's going to have to be the carrot and the stick. So we're going to have some, I think you know where I'm headed. So.
I do. Well, we're working on the stop digging part of this. Yeah, had one of the agenda items you're talking about, departments figuring out ways to really deal differently with groundwater allocation going forward. It doesn't deal with the groundwater that's already been allocated. That takes different strategies. But anyway, appreciate hearing from you. Any commissioners have any questions that they'd like to, or observations they'd like to share? Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Representative Owens or Tom Byler. Perhaps you could answer this question for me. I'm not so familiar with the CREP program. Does it have any controls, or does it allow the users to come up with their own program without restrictions?
Director Byler, would you like me to start and you could be back up? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lee. There is a lot of controls. The CREP program that we've been working on with the department and now is going back to the federal. There's even controls on who can qualify. So you're going to have used so much water over the last 5 years and even to qualify to get in the CREP. Because if we use public money, we got to make sure that we're actually drying up water. There will be a person that is hired to oversee the CREP program with the department to make sure that if a point of diversion or if a person voluntarily cancels that water right, that well is abandoned. Or maybe that well could be turned into a stock well, but there's going to be definite requirements on how that could go. Because Jan, we got to make sure we're have that accountability for every drop of water we're paying to dry it.
Thanks.
If I could just add that, our goal here is to make it easy for the end user, anyone who wants to use the CREP program doesn't have to figure all these things out, but we do, as in a partnership between the state and the federal government, need to define what that program looks like and have certain deliverables and expectations associated with it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Rep. Owens, Mark, thanks again for coming to talk with us today. We'll be seeing you tomorrow, I think, on the will we be seeing? Yeah, good. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I think we are adjourning for the day, and we'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Justin, thanks very much for that presentation. Really well done.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. And good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.